Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is presented by AmFirst Credit Union and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, American Bait Works, TH Marine, and FishAlabama.org.
Welcome to the fourth stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division here at Neely Henry Lake, Gadsden, Alabama. Man, it's a tight points race, and we're going to get after it here just a little early. John gave me the okay to go a little early this morning, so we're going to do so. But first of all, we have a very special guy in UAB Hospital facing some health conditions very dear to the Alabama Bass Trail, Mr. Terry Tucker. We're going to take a moment of silence in honor of Terry and offering up prayers for him and his family before we blast off, before we do the national anthem. So if you would give us about a 15-minute moment of silence to offer up prayers for Mr. Terry Tucker. Thank y'all. Terry, we miss you. We wish you were here, and we're praying for you. If you would, please stand, remove your hats as we start every Alabama Bass Trail, honoring our soldiers here and around the world by the playing of our national anthem. All right, everyone, that does it. Crank them up and let's get going. Boat number 1, Harry Payton and Harry Payton II. You are free to release. Boat number 2, Jason Wizenet and Tim Baker. Remember to give us some kind of sign, guys, so we know where you are. Boat number 3, Dean Nelson and Dwayne Nelson. Thank you, guys. Boat number 4, Sean Hornbuckle and Barry Morris. Boat number 5, did he make it? Newlywed, Mr. Josh Butts and Stephen McAvoy. I see him over there. Good to see you back, son. Boat number 6, Corey Alexander and Bobby Irvin. Boat number 7, Casey Walker and Zach Lemon. Boat number 8, Mitch Mitchell, Candler McCollum. They've won here before, one of their 4 wins on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 9, Eric White and Adam Fleeman. Boat number 10, Aaron Bishop and Brian Waldrop. Currently sitting 5th in the Angler of the Year points. Boat number 11, Brian Dowdy and Kyle Llewellyn. Boat number 12, John Burt and Daryl Lester. Boat number 13, Jason Metz and Larry Worrell. Boat number 14, Philip Sprayberry and Gary Holmes. Boat number 15, Scott Norman and Todd Norman. Boat number 16, Zachary Taylor and Josh Austin. Boat number 17, fishing with an alternate today, Doug Orazine and Ricky Campbell. Boat number 18, your current leaders in the Angler of the Year points by 11 points, Fisher Anaya and Ryan Anaya. I'm gonna need some water. Never gonna make it. Number 19, Justin Durden and Matt Thomas. Boat number 20, Michael Briggs and Cody Kodra. Boat number 21, Jeff Cannon and Marty Colley. Boat number 22, Mr. Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst. Boat number 23, Ben Lakey and Jordan McGehee. Boat number 24, Jeff Seabolt and David Seabolt. Boat number 25 and the last boat in this flight, Adam Reed and Corey Jones. Boat number 26, Taylor Thompson and Garrett Sanders. Boat number 27, Harold Wells and Harold Wells III. Boat number 28, Josh Benford and Jerry McCafferty. Boat number 29, Jackie Jones and Donald Jones. Boat number 30, Jeff Edmondson and Chris Yoakum. Currently second in the Angler of the Year points, 11 points behind, Justin Bussey and Ben Webb. Boat number 32, Scott Lentz and Drew Norton. Boat number 33, Jason Holloway and Jeremy Barnett. Boat number 34, Robert Wright and Chris Hawkins. Boat number 35, Greg Tomlin and Jeremy Tomlin. Another newlywed on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 36, using an alternate today, Cole Wade and Howard McCutcheon. Boat number 37, Kevin Whaley and Kyler Whaley. Boat number 38, Clifton Bates and Daniel Heidegger. Boat number 39, Roman Calvert and Shannon Calvert. Boat number 40, Mr. Paul Bork and Josh Stevens. Currently sitting 7th in the Angler of the Year points, boat number 41, Mark Condren and Ted Paisley. Boat number 42, Lisa Johnson and Mike Johnson. Boat number 43, and this is nothing but trouble. Boat number 43, Kent Keys and Davey Campbell. Boat number 45, Will Griffin and Andrew Fikes. Boat number 45, Colby Harrison and David Self. Boat number 46, Shane Mears and James Mears. Boat number 47, Mike Hood and Rocco Samari. Boat number 48, Wesley Anderson and Cody Harrison. Boat number 49, Brett Harrell and Tyler Smart. And the last boat in this flight, boat number 50, Mark Campbell and Taylor Campbell. Boat number 51, Delton Gregory and Dexton Gregory. Boat number 52, Mike Fitzpatrick and Gary Fitzpatrick. Boat number 53, William Lynn and Donna Lynn. Boat number 54, Brian Huffstutler and Stephen Morrow. Boat number 55, Parker Hamill and Jeff Hamill. Boat number 56, Jason Foster and James Foster. I'm so sorry.
You're good.
All right. Boat number 57, James DeMoss and Eric Fuller. Boat number 58, Thad Baird and Kelly Paul. Boat number 59, Matt Van Meter and Mo Moyer. Boat number 60, Chuck Stevens and Dale Stevens. Boat number 61, currently sitting third in Angler of the Year points, Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker. Boat number 62, Jimmy Wilson and Brian Holcomb. Boat number 63, Donnie Story and Denver Satterley. Boat number 64, Jonathan Benson and Wyatt Brown. Boat number 65, Caden Sinclair, Hunter Gibson. 66, Teron Prince and Ivan Limley. 67, Lamar Patterson and Chris Harcrow. 68, Bill Mayo and Walt Roberts. 69, Donnie Beck, Tony Harvey. Boat number 70, Walker Brown and Sloan Pennington. Boat number 71, Chris Bryles, Hunter Bryles. Boat number 72 is not here. Boat number 73, Ash Goja and Danny Pettis. Boat number 74, Will Harding and Mike Dutton. The last boat in this flight, and a team that's been here a couple of times. Boat number 75, Bradley Jones and Brooks Goza. I got the thumbs, so we're going. Boat number 76, Keith Hester and Scotty Butler. 77, Dennis Miller and Anthony Gay. Boat number 78, Sean Lawley and Davey Lawley. 79, Philip Nunley and Robin Erb. Boat number 80, using an alternate today, Jeff Benefield and Chris Hargrove. Boat number 81, Jamie Smith and Michael Making It Rains. If you could stop making it rains, Michael. Boat number 82, Garrett Riles and Gary Riles. Boat number 83, Billy Terrell and Justin Anglin. Whitaker and Jeremy Briscoe. Boat number 85, Tom Taylor and Russ Reynolds. Boat number 86, Danny Shell and Anthony Land. Boat number 87, Ashley Peebles and Anthony Wiley. Boat number 88, James Myers and Mark Waits. Boat number 89, Zach Marcus and John David Bedford. Boat number 90, Luke Kyle and Arch Cornett. Boat number 91, Shane Horton, Brandon Horton. Boat number 92, Tony Keefe and Brian Gregory. Boat number 93, David Haraway and John Gavin. Boat number 94, Chris Blackwood and Larry Melvin. Boat number 95, Ryan Adcock and Jonathan Marsh. Boat number 96, Chris Britton, Eric Springer. Boat number 97, Sean Camp and Craig C. Currently fourth in your Angler of the Year points, boat number 98, Craig at Smith Lake this year. Boat number 99, Jake Gibson and Michael Gibson. Last boat in this flight, boat number 100, Vance Hines and Tim Hines. All right, moving on. Boat number 101, Jay Kendrick and Chuck Hughes. Boat number 102, Troy Price and Rhonda Price. Boat number 103, Packy Lawrence and Jeremy Holden. Boat number 104, Cody Payton, Randy Payton. Boat 105, Eric Morris and Randy Talbert Jr. 106, Justin Lane and Luke Mason. 107, J.J. Atwell and Steve Foltz. 108, Lee Brown and L.J. Brown. Boat 109, Justin Buckles and Chad Jones. Boat 110, Brent Crow and Jimmy Mason. 111, Andy Cobb and Bob Ellis. 112, Jamie Chapman and Elliot Galt. Boat 103, they've been here a few times as well. Boat 113, Adam Brown and Greg Diggs. 114, Alan Branham and Gene Branham. Boat number 115, 8th in your Angler of the Year points, Ty Cox and Cameron Gautney. Boat number 116, Chad Hall and Ryan Hall. 117, Danny Hurd and Fisher Hurd. 118, Shannon Briggs and Barry Hubbard. Boat 119, Craig Childers and Nikki Taylor. 120, Christian Clemens and Michael Larkin. Boat 121, Daryl Gentry and Bradley Kessler. 122, Bruce Griffin and Shane Amerson. Boat 123, Trip Nugent and Morel Deering. Boat 124, Sam Moody and Ray Battles Jr. See you guys. And the last boat in this flight, boat number 125, Wesley Sams and Craig Daniel. Boat number 126, Terry Pryor and Terry Mann. Boat 127, Delano Green and Delano Green Jr. in that new Phoenix. Boat number 128, Gavin Moy and Luke Gerald. Boat 129, Mark Singleton and Jake Abernathy. Your winners from Pickwick Lake kicked off the season in a big, big way. Boat number 130, Tracy Robinson and Dustin Robinson. Boat number 131, Landon Rich and Joshua Leiniger. 132, Alan Renner, Tristan Renner. Boat 133, Lance Walker and Cole Walker. 134, Barry Vest and Dustin McDaniel. Boat 135, Tim Trockenbott and Brian Travis. Boat 136, Brad Ammer and Roger Stegall. Boat 137, Tom Beatty and Ethan McDonald. 138, Timothy Campbell and Richard Todd. Boat 139, Charlie Craycraft, Chris Craycraft. Boat number 140, Matthew Fincher and Jacob Kimbrough. 141, Tim Griffith and David Ayers. Boat number 142, your winners at Wheeler Lake last month, Philip Harrell and Clint Gilbertson. Boat 143, they've been here almost all week long, Alan Hayes and Danny Bishop. Your 2023 Anglers of the Year in the Alabama Bass Trail North Division, boat number 144, John Kellett and Zeke Gossett. Boat 145, Danny Long and Kevin Fallon. Boat 146, Richard Mills and John Lerma. 147, Roy Morgan and Larry Freeman. Boat 148, two-time winners at Neely Henry Lake, Mr. Lee Pitts and Steve Engel. Boat number 149, Nolan Spencer and Jonathan Reese, and they are in a brand new Phoenix bass boat as well. Boat number 150, last boat in this flight, Roger Riddle and Norman Ligon. Boat number 151 going out solo today, Mr. Jeremy Green fishing for Terry Tucker and Jeremy Green. Boat number 152, Dwayne Swindle and Michael Doty. Boat number 153, Russell White Jr. and Gray Bennett. Woo, these boys had a big one on Wheeler. 154, Caden Ackery and Chris Ackery. Boat number 155, Andy Chappell and Mason Chappell. Boat number 156, Chris Duckett and Donovan Williams. Boat 157, Nathan Harbison and Charlie Harbison. Boat number 158, Riley Johnson and Ryan Haney. Boat number 159, Brent Lawley and Davis Lawley. Boat number 160, Waylon Mullis and Jeff Fansler. Woo, these boys won last year and had an 829 big fish. Boat number 161, Benji Seaborn and Jonathan Seaborn. Number 9th place in the Angler of the Year points right now, boat 162, Dylan Tucker and Greg Tucker. The only polygraph I ever started and had to stop. Bless their hearts. Boat number 163, Mike Young and Mel Kennedy. Boat number 164, John Watwood and Shane Barrett. Boat number 165, our all-lady squad, Betty Stahl and Linda Sands. I believe Betty's going out solo today. Boat number 166, Billy Adcock and Darian Kyle. Boat 167, Drew Cagle and Mark Trupiano. 168, Joshua Clark and Jonathan Skinner. Boat 169, Lanny Guthrie and Chuck Hinton. 170, Greg Jones and Jeremiah Sparks. 171, Jackson Kaiser and Jack Kaiser. 172, Johnny Parsons, Remington Parsons. Boat 173, Mitch Rollins and Jackson Rollins. Boat 174, Keith Van and Jeremy Jones. Boat 175, Lucas Wright and Donald Wright. I don't know if Winston's in the boat or not. Boat number that's the last boat in that flight. Boat number 176, Jim Barnett and Scott Russell. 177, Paul Ernest and Chris Swindle. 178, Ron Cameron and Stephen Wood. 179, Christopher Gore and Austin Hammonds. Boat number 180, Steve J. Hughes and Shane Tyree. 181, Roland Liverett and Tommy Liverett. Boat 182, using an alternate today, Tony Penley and Robbie Griffin. 183, Jeremy Sanders and Kelly Treese. 184, Tim Throneberry, Tyler Throneberry. 185, Kelly White and Zachary Defoe. 186, Brandon Bolton and Kenny Underwood. 187, Joshua Campbell and Taylor Galt. 188, Derek Conklin and Jeffrey Kuvilon. 189, Jerry Hartline and Robin Vaughn. 190, Drew Hicks and Wesley Webster. Boat number 191, Joel Mayfield, Tally Mayfield. Boat number 192, Bob Power, Ryan Trammell. Boat number 193, Jacob Scripture and Caleb Fisk. 194, Gary Thacker, Keith Marsh. 195, Bud Wilson and James Robinson Jr. Boat number 196, they won a championship here on Neely Henry Lake. Boat number 196, Adam Bain and Chris Colley. Boat number 197, William Carter and Chuck Medley. 198, Trey Doust, Justin Doust. Boy, they jumped in with both feet this year. They're fishing both divisions. Boat number 199, Weston Hardiman and Andrew Bradford. Boat number 200 in the Dukes of Hazzard boat, Preston Henson and Adam Lynn. Boat number 2, oh, that's the last boat in the 8th flight. Boat number 201, Alan McCoy and Tim McCoy. 202, Tommy Pestrowski and Gary Holbert. Boat number 203, using an alternate today, Cody Hurley and Randy Ross. 204, Shannon Thompson, sorry about that, Shannon Thomas and Shane. Boat 205, Michael Woolley and Joe Woolley. Boat 206, Brendan Blackwood and Clint Blackwood. Boat number 207, Brian Johnson and Brandon Gross. My dark horse for this tournament. Boat 208, William Darby and John Greenwood. 209, Don Privet and Bruce Summers. Boat 210, Stephen West and Wendell Edgell. 211, Isaac Duncan and Will Duncan. 212, Colton Blake and Greg Blake. 213, Sam Long and Jason Atkins. 214, Dalton Spears and Charles Spears. Boat number 215, Jamie Starnes and Ricky Fowler. Boat 216, Chad Wilson and Hunter Wilson. Boat 217, Alan Barrett and Tyler Caldwell. Boat number 218, the Dukes of the Alabama Bass Trail, Philip Dukes and Bailey Dukes. Boat number 219, Lawrence Judd and Reed Connor. Boat number 220, David Kyle and Scott Callan. Boat number 221, Bobby Strauber and Jeff Preza. Boat 222, Ben Yarber and Jody Scripture. Boat 223, Jake Bice and Briar Chambers. Boat number 224, Mr. Robert Eret and Mike Russell. There they are. They come a long, long way to be in this thing. And boat number 225, there he is. The boat we've all been waiting on. Boat number 225, John Brown and Trey Sorrells. All right, guys, that does it. Blast off is over. 225 boats took off from Coosa Landing in beautiful Gadsden, Alabama. Well, not beautiful right now, but it's going to get beautiful. The fish are going to bite. Darian is up close to the golf course. We're going to send it out to him. I know Jason Chase, our Angler of the Year winners. We got Matt Lee up in Canoe Creek. Going to be a lot of fish catching on live today, or at least I'm sending that out to the world. So, Darian, let us know who you're on and have they got any fish in the boat?
Yes, ma'am. Welcome to the fourth stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North on Neely Henry. And like Kay said, it's shaping up to be good fishing. From what everyone's saying, there's a lot of fish biting. It's our job to cover it, and hopefully we get some fish catches on live today. Remember, if you're watching at home, all the comments and the shares, we appreciate those. If you comment your favorite angler or someone you'd like us to chase in the comments, we've got iPads that have trackers on about 30 or 40 boats, and we'll do our best to get to those guys or gals and try to cover them for you. If you've got any fishing questions, today I'm in the boat with a Lake Pro, Willie D, and he'll be able to help out with any fishing questions. But we can ask the anglers any questions, so if y'all have got any, please comment them down below. As you can see behind me, we've got boat number 48 and boat number, I believe, 101, if I remember correctly. But only 2 boats started in the golf course this morning, which I figured there would be a little bit more. I'm hearing some more running out on the river, so maybe some more guys are coming in, but it looks fishy. There's a little bit of a shad spawn going on, not quite as much as expected, but it is kind of on the tail end of that. So this boat behind us is boat number 48. They caught one keeper right kind of at the mouth. They just lost another one a few minutes ago, and the other boat came in here and just hauled it straight to the back. So we're going to keep poking around and following these guys and see if we can get some good fish catches on live. There's one just blew up in the grass right here. Jason Duran, sounds like you have followed and found Fisher and Ryan and I.
Yeah, we didn't get far behind them. We took out boats 18 and a half this morning. These guys are definitely rolling down here. We came south, so we are kind of in a good area on the lake. We've all kind of, each of us as cameramen have kind of separated out, so I'm really excited that we're in different areas of the lake today. We're going to be able to bring you some great coverage. This is boat number 18, Fisher Anaya and Ryan Anaya. These guys are leading AOI currently after a solid finish at our last event on Wheeler Lake. These guys started in an area this morning kind of running a little bit of swim jig pattern. I know, Darren, we talked about what we were going to be seeing out here this morning. We are definitely fishing that bank grass this morning. If the cameraman kind of pans around, all you can see are white birds all around us. When you see the white birds, Darren, you know what that means, right?
Yeah,
Darren,
I know
you know what that means, right? It means we're about to catch some big fish.
I know what that means.
We are hanging out here, and I think we're going to see some good fish catching today. I think we need a little bit more light at this point. It is really hazy where we are right now. Go ahead, Darren.
It's hazy and crazy. We just had a fish catch, a little one. Did he throw it back? It was a small one. I think he threw it back, and then he just swung in another miss. So he's we've landed 2, we've jumped 1 off, and we've struck out pretty heavily just a second ago on this one. But
nice.
They seem to be off to a good start. And there's no more boats headed in here. Jason, there's only 2 boats in the golf course this morning.
Who would have thought that for sure? I mean, I'd have said you'd have been slammed with boats this morning. Just guys trying to get out of this current, trying to get away from the muddy water. Yeah, we're fishing just a really, if guys that are home, they're familiar with the lake, we're in the mid-lake area, and if you have run this lake a lot, you know you got to stay in the channel. We're at a section of the lake where there's an island that runs right down the middle right here, and you got to go left or right. And we went right, and we're kind of fishing on the bank where it's super shallow. And these guys still got boats running though. We've been here really early. One of the boats on the spot. Nobody was on this main spot here. We stopped down just a little bit further, and then Ryan said, hey, if nobody gets on that point, we're going to go back over there, because the big fish are coming down there where they started, but they said they did catch a good number of fish right in this area right here. So I'm going to help my cameraman a little bit get on the other side. So these guys finished 11th at Wheeler Lake at 17:89, and that's what moved them into the top of the Angler of the Year race. That race is getting pretty tight. And it's good to know for these guys. These guys have been really good at Lake Guntersville for a while. And you know, Fisher never leaves the lake pretty much. He lives on the lake, lives on the water, always working. And they are sitting with 651 Angler of the Year points. Just behind them are Justin Bussey and Ben Webb with 640. So a small lead, but hopefully capitalize on that lead a little bit today. That's why we're following, because it's a really big deal to be leading AOI.
I mean, with a name like Fisher, he ought to be catching them. He ought to be on the lake all the time.
He is. Yeah, right. I mean, Mom and Daddy had a dream for him, obviously, you know, so. We're gonna make a move here, so I think we got Matt. Matt, you're down in the Canoe Creek area, and the boat's finally made it down there to you, I guess. Tell us what's going on.
I don't know if it's too early. I think the light needs to get up a little bit.
Well, I think Matt's got a little mic issue, Darian.
Same old same. We're just seeing some fish blowing up in the grass. These guys are trying to. Oh, we switched to a little frog action. Slow it down a little bit. They've been throwing a buzzbait and a swim jig, and now we're gonna pop a little frogger around. Last week we had a really good blow up on a frog on camera, and that footage ended up being really good. That slow-mo was crispy. I watched the footage back from last week, and the studio slowed that one down for us, and it was snazzy. We got some fish blowing up over here, and I'm really expecting a bite. This is still boat number 48, and they're going with a two-prong approach. Buzzbait in the back and a frog in the front. And you're seeing random fish, just like, I mean, normal when you see a shad spawn, you'll see them blowing up in little random spots throughout the bank. Oh, got him. Little one, but oh, came off. Came off. Smoked one on a frog. Maddie, I know you're down in Canoe Creek. I'm up in the golf course, and we just had a bite on a frog, and it was a little one. But what you got going on in Canoe Creek? Sounds like you're with boat number 11?
Yes, boat number 11. We're down here with Brian Dowdy and Kyle Llewellyn, and there's, for anybody that's not familiar with Neely, I'm gonna just guess we're about 15 miles, give or take, you know, from the city down on the south end of the lake, and we're back in Canoe Creek here. There's actually another tournament that was already blasted off out of the ramp we put in at over here, so a little bit confusing to figure out. You know, a lot of our guys aren't here yet, and that's what didn't surprise me. They were boat 11 and they were already here and fishing. So there's more guys coming through as we speak. We've watched them catch a couple. They're fishing riprap this morning. And, like you said earlier, the shad spawn deal, looking for the birds, a little bit of morning activity. I'm sure as the day goes on, it's going to change, and we're hanging out in the back of the creek waiting to see who all comes through. But it would take 20 minutes or more to run down here by water. So there's a lot of guys still waiting. But it'll be interesting to see how it plays out, because we went by probably 5 tournament boats this morning, and 2 of them were our guys. So we it'd be a little crowded, and this is a popular creek. You know, that's the reason that we chose this one to put in at this morning. It usually happens in here a lot. So we will see. There's a couple more boats heading our way right now, so we're gonna see who all comes down this way and see if we can get a big fish catch. I hear somebody reeling one in on you.
Matt, if you just heard my "Gaw!" it's because there's frog blow-ups, and it was a small one, he missed it, but man, it's a lot of activity going on. That reeling you heard was a buzz bait, burning it back so you can make another cast.
I know, I hear that buzz chicken running.
That buzz chicken. I wish this was wrestling and he could tag me in for about 3 casts. That's the only bad part about doing live, is you get to see these guys and you don't get to do anything about it. And yeah, as soon as y'all leave, I will catch one. No, Miss K would fire me before I got the first cast. Yeah, turn the camera off. Let me make a cast.
Little one.
Oh, little one, huh? All right, these guys have slid back into this
Call
little.
out of the back of the boat.
I don't know if we're
caught
on.
a little one. Another little one.
Oh, got one.
We watched him
Got
catch probably
one.
5.
Smoked him on a frog.
Oh.
Pound and a halfer. In the boat. There we go. Finally committed to that frog. I think the first 2 that he missed were too small.
No surprise that they're biting this morning. I mean, how many blowups have you already seen on them?
Yeah, they've been blowing up. The 2 that he missed were small. They looked really small, but they're blowing up. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on, and they've kind of pulled. I don't know. I guess we're on hole number 9 right here, and kind of in a little pocket. And there's a lot of activity going on in this little pocket. So I expect a couple more fish catches right here in the next couple minutes. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. Going on. J-Dog, welcome back to the party. We got some stuff going on, but
What is it with you and fishing around the golf course?
oh, another one. Oh, missed him. Another one. I don't know, Jason, but if we keep it up, I'll just do the golf course every tournament. I just missed another one on the frog.
You're on the golf course pattern.
Yeah.
Last week you fished on the golf course. Here we are again, fishing on the golf course.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a good deal, though. We had one swing and a miss here. So I think we're getting a little activity started. You can tell all across the lake probably, because with you guys up north, we're hitting the mid-lake, and Matt kind of down south a little bit. The lake's about to turn on, it sounds like.
Oh, she's turning on.
Sun's getting up just a little bit. It's cloud cover, though. I think a lot of guys kind of like it. Keeps them up there in the grass.
another one. All them tiny ones keep jumping on it. Yeah, there is. Everyone that's missed it looks like they're all small, ain't they? Yeah. 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 This is gonna be one right here. This is gonna be one right here. I'm calling it. Really? This is gonna be one right here. Right here. Wow. Look at the gram. Super. Oh. Jason, we're in an area where you just hold your breath the whole time because you feel like every single cast is going to be a bit. And these little ones, these little ones are biting it and they're missing them. And it's the good thing is they had one flush it. They said it was a bigger one, 1 3/4, maybe a 2-pounder. But I mean, there's hook setting going on, swings and misses. We done struck out twice. I mean, we're on a whole new batter if we're playing baseball. We struck out a couple times, but we are. There's birds. There's.
Well, we picked up the buzzbait here as well.
I haven't seen a spinnerbait yet, which is surprising me.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. I mean.
Any moment. It all looks really good out here too. The grass is separated out enough, the water's up high enough.
Yeah, the water's just high enough that you can get whatever you want through there. Oh, swing and a miss.
Oh, fish on.
Good one.
I mean, it's keeper for sure at this point, you know. We're just trying to get 5.
Hopefully.
5 by 3. 5 by 3.
Got one that's on.
That'll get a start.
The bad thing about it, he's better than average.
First fish in the box. So we've been going since Miss Kay was probably calling like boat 20, it felt like. I mean, we were boat 18 and then we were down here quick, and we've been working the whole morning, and these guys have moved around a couple different spots, still kind of fishing the same bank. This is the area where they said the bigger fish were. Where we were just a second ago, they said they were catching more fish. So putting them on the scale, these guys like to know what they're bringing to the scales at the end of the day. So that way they're able to call. Probably going to be doing a lot of calling at this lake. So lots of fish catching can definitely happen here. Should see some good action. We're just kind of waiting for it to get started with Darren up there in the golf course. We're kind of seeing some fish biting started, and it's pretty cool to see here now. We finally got a fish catch. So hang with us. Don't go anywhere. You might miss it. Matt, I think you're on another team down there, Canoe Creek. Tell us who you're with.
Yeah, I've just pulled up 113, Ty Cox and Cameron Gottney, and I spoke to them last night at the hotel and kind of got the scoop on the fishing, kind of where they were going to start, and so that kind of tells you that this is their first stop. So they just literally been fishing about, I don't know, 3-5 minutes, and so that, you know, they've been running all morning while I feel like I've been listening to Derry and watch fish catches for 30 minutes at least. They're throwing a topwater, fishing a shallow point way back here in the creek, and I know they caught one good one here yesterday in practice. So I've seen a lot of activity, like just shad flickering, a little bit of just small fish chasing, but anybody knows Ty Cox, he is a hoot, and I'd love to see him catch a big one down here real quick. There is, you know, I was kind of worried that they were going to come down here, and there's some other tournament boats, but there's still, you know, there's still plenty of places to fish down here. And then I saw boat 41, Condren and Paisley. They went by. They're back here not far from me. We've got we got several of our guys in this area, and they're Cox and Gottney, they're looking for that topwater bite early. Ty just caught a little one, but it's a shad spawn, shallow point. I mean, that's what you're gonna see. To me, really, this on Neely, you're gonna have, you know, it's that post-spawn. May is one of those times in Alabama where it's going to be a shad spawn, post-spawn fry garters, fish starting to move out deep. The water temps in that mid-70s range, so they're doing a little bit of everything. And on this lake in particular, I think it's kind of, you're going to have that lower end, like that I'm in. We've probably already talked about the city area and then upriver. Oh, Todd just hooked up. Oh, he just pulled on. He just bombed a spook out there, and of course, I say spook, he bombed some topwater out there, and first twitch with it, one rolled on it and didn't get it, but they're pulled down, they're fishing. I mean, we're sitting 50, Cameron just missed one too. We're sitting probably 50 yards off of them, and we're in 3 feet of water. So, you know, they're up there in the dirt, which you'll see a lot today. I mean, it's definitely not it's about the opposite of Smith Lake the last time I joined y'all. About as opposite as you can get. 2 bites right there, and then just both of them missed it. I see a little bit of chasing up there just behind the top water, just so that.
Matt, is that your alarm clock? Time to get up?
Yeah.
That's Jared's, Jared's dinner bell is ringing over here already.
Somebody's ringing over there. I mean, like,
If Jared
really
you're
got
late
to call
if
him
you're
up.
coming, if that was your alarm clock.
Yeah.
Come on, get that big one rolled. The 2 they missed, I don't think they couldn't have done anything about it. It was just one of those, they pull his topwater under and don't get it. Watercolor
Matt,
here
it
is
sounds like you're in an
pretty
area where
dirty
there's
for-
Matt, it sounds like you're in an area where there's several boats around.
Yes, yeah, I mean, it's to be expected. Canoe Creek area is just so popular,
Yeah.
and there's, you get in the back, and there's a long no wake, and then you have, it opens up into a couple ponds in the back, and then the creek goes back itself for forever. And, you know, I've probably seen, I don't know, 10, 15 boats this morning, and probably 4 of them are our guys. there's a couple people that put in right when we did. They're just out, just fun fishing. Looked like there was a little tournament going on this morning out of that ramp, and then we got some of our guys, and still our guys are just showing up. Like Paisley and that team just showed up right with Ty Cox and Gottney, and they're boat 41, I think. So they must have stopped and fished on the way down. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of guys. It'll probably get more crowded as the day goes on. I imagine being so far from the ramp that the guys are going to stop and probably fish on their way down and just check places.
Yeah.
I think one time, you know,
That's right.
every day's so different this time of year. It seems like, especially in North Alabama and the shad spawn, like different weather conditions. You pull up to a place one day, so it'd be fire one day and ghost town the next. So you see a lot of guys just stopping, making a few casts and moving.
Well, Matt, I'm gonna, if you don't mind, we're gonna throw it over to you. We're gonna go relocate and find a new area. There's not a lot of boats in here, so we want to get to another creek. There's a couple creeks in the area where we're gonna go check and see if there's more boats at. But we'll toss it over to you and Jason and let y'all have the show for a little while. We're gonna relocate and let these guys keep catching these shad spawners. Maybe they'll start swallowing that buzzbait. That frog. They're missing that frog.
I see Cameron's switched up. He's throwing slower topwater now. I was gonna say it looks like maybe it's like a wake bait. I thought he was throwing maybe a pawpaw or one. I fished a little bit here in May before, and it seems like this is definitely a topwater. You know, the swim jig later in the day, I think everybody's gonna have one tied on. But this morning, it's going to be a lot of topwater. We already heard it with Darien, with the frog bites, with the buzzbait, and you see, Ty just caught a little one, and I think there was another big one with it that he was almost letting he wasn't in a hurry to reel in the tiny fish, like he was hoping that another one was going to grab it. I'm sure there's more swimming around like all the time. They're pulled down. They haven't moved. I would say, gosh, 10 yards since we came on, and a lot of activity. They'll throw in the same spot for a minute. They'll get a bite and then nothing, and then give it a rest for a couple of casts, throw back and get another bite. And it's really probably just a sandy, just like I said before, we're super shallow. So just, people say hard bottoms, shad spawn, but really just anything. You get up shallow enough in a lot of these places, I imagine it's got a little bit of a sandy, harder bottom, and those fish are up there. And one thing here is that the water is dirty, and but it probably won't play as much of a factor back here. They're so shallow that those fish, I mean, where they're throwing the topwater at, I would love to probably scream at them here in just a second and see exactly how deep they think it is. I think I could toss Jared in over there and he wouldn't, I don't think his knees would get wet, but a lot of activity around them. As soon as they bomb one out to the left, you get a little roll or something chase over here to the right of them. One of those. Ty's caught two little ones, and they've had two rolls they didn't connect with. Can happen so quick, and that really can happen anywhere on this. Oh, yep. Gosh, that was another one that was tie bombing that topwater out there, and it was like first twitch, got it. Oh, he just threw it. He does not look happy. That roll from here looked amazing. Dang it. He got it. he got it about halfway to the boat. He jumped and threw his walking topwater. I don't know what exactly he's throwing. I'm trying to stay a little bit farther away from him because it's so, I mean, I'm 3 feet of water and I got to kind of scream at him to even talk to him, but gosh. I think it's going to be interesting to see too with the cloud cover and just a little bit of weather expected later in the day, how long this bite lasts. I'd say conditions play so much of a factor. Every day's so different. Like I think here in a couple of days, you know, it's a little one rolled. Oh. Maybe it's the same fish. Didn't even look like he caught another little one. Little ones hook every time. Got 14 hooks in him and there's only 6 on the bait. And he's about as long as the bait. That right there is par for the course, as we call it. Gotta get the pliers to get that one off.
Tell us a little bit about what's been going on in this area right here in practice.
The water's been down about a foot. So the grass has been really good. There's been a lot of small fish up here. But each day it's come up about 1 inch. It's probably 4 inches since Wednesday it's come up. So it's getting better. And the shad spawn's starting to happen real good in here. Some grass is dead, some grass is good. I mean, we're getting a lot of bites. The further we go down, we're getting bigger bites up here, it seems like. But this morning, I guess the sunlight just needs to get up a little bit before they get active. Every morning it's been about 8:30 or so before we really start catching them.
I like that from Ryan. I heard every bit of that. I hope everybody else did. It's on this topwater. One thing I would say too is I don't get too crazy with topwater colors. I try to. A lot of people ask if it's really cloudy like this. I go with like a bone, something that's really a solid color, not as much flash. That's more if it's sunny, or if the water's real clear, I go more of a clear colored topwater. But usually keep it pretty simple. And no surprise to see both these guys are throwing like a bone colored walking bait this morning. With being so overcast, that's my rule of thumb on it.
And then the water comes up and in it makes it even thinner.
Yep, and then it just hadn't had long enough growing time to kind of mat over and lay over and get viney. But the places we're catching, it's just scattered grass, and then there'll be a little clump that's a little thicker, and they're just sitting up under that shade. But the shad spawn, I think it's on the tail end of it, so it's not everywhere.
Another one rolled and missed it just then. Definitely not a good luck morning for these two, because they've had, I don't know, we watched them catch 4. All 4 ones they caught have been 10 inchers, not babies, and then they've had 2 good rolls, one maybe a third one, but all of them missed it. So that one came off. So they could be sitting really not bad right now.
Put a little boat traffic through the air for sure.
I told Fisher, I said, it either be good or bad. It'll either get them active or it'll hesitate them a little bit until it calms down.
Yeah.
They'll feed right here sometimes.
A little bit of sun.
Well, like you said at the ramp this morning, you know, that you could come back here later in the day and they'll still be here, even though somebody's already beat on them.
starts getting a little thicker like these smaller swamps is usually where they're at.
A little bit of sun coming through. We had that almost like it was like a light drizzle fog this morning, just thick, and starting to get brighter. It'll be interesting to see if it still got a lot of activity right here. I'd like to see them hook a big one. Todd just tried to bomb one out there and threw him a backslash. I won't holler at him. He lost one, so I'm not gonna pick on him this morning. It happens. I'm notorious for I'm always playing with that fine line of I could backlash it and break my wrist, or I might throw it 3 miles. And that fine line, all my fishermen, you know, I'm trying to adjust it, loosen it up just a click more, get it a little bit more distance on it. They're trying to be stealthy too. I mean, they were pulled down, not moving, throwing over and over in the same spot. And shad flick around in front of a trolling motor. I wonder if there's any, I don't know if there's any grass on this point. They're just, maybe some submerged, or I need to ask them. I might be screaming at y'all for just a second, but I'm gonna holler at them and see what. I have to cut my audio down.
Matt, right before you talk to them, we're gonna make a move, so I think we're coming towards you a little bit, so I'll let you take it away.
Sounds good. How deep is it up there on top of that?
About a foot. We got the boat stuck on it yesterday.
Yeah.
I had to get out and pull it.
I figured it. Yeah, that confirmed Tyler said it's about a foot deep up there. He said he did get caught another little one up. Cameron did. Said he got stuck on the boat, stuck on it yesterday. He had to get out and push. I don't know how that. I mean, the backstory on that, on how Todd drew the short end of the stick on that. Wish I had a video of that. Yeah, if the boat's, it's not a foot deep if the boat's stuck on it right there. I mean, that's. And it really is. It's kind of it's going to be a gamble, because, I mean, they're so shallow. You don't really know. At any time, a couple good ones could pull back up and they could make it happen. And they're still getting bites. They just hadn't connected with one of the right size ones yet. Looked like Cameron up front went with more like a lipless, bombing it around, probably like a 1/4 ounce. Little lipless crankbait. Ty's still throwing that walking bait. Come on, honey. One this morning. We've had a little bit I did see kind of what Ryan and I said. He mentioned, I heard him just a minute ago about the water coming up. It was on Wednesday, I think I looked, or maybe it's Thursday, the water here came up a decent bit. And you can imagine, there's a little bit of chasing going right there. You can imagine that on a place like this where we're real shallow, every little bit of water depth change is going to matter a lot, and it kind of goes back to like every day is going to be a little bit different. Certain areas you got a lot of boat pressure, but there'll be little, I imagine there's little rocky riprap places that are going to be popular with shad spawn, and then you got these shallow points. Cameron just had another little one roll right there on him. I noticed this, just following this deal too. It's really hard to leave somebody when they're getting bites to go around and look for other anglers, and then when you're sitting here watching somebody, you want to go see what everybody's doing, but we're gonna give them a minute more and see if there's any more activity. It seems like every, I don't know, 10, 15 casts, they get a little one to something, some kind of bite. So those that are not familiar with Neely, kind of on this lower end, the really narrow river lake section of the Coosa here, but on this lower end, it opens up just a little bit. There is more like offshore, I've caught fish out off the bank on some deeper summertime places this time of year, but it is, water temp we're getting here was 70, what do we got? 75-ish, 75 and some change. So that's still pretty cool for them to be out real deep. A lot of shad in the area. Haven't seen a lot of birds this morning, kind of surprised me. Right when we put in, I saw a few, but let's sneak on. Pull up this tether. Yep, he's just seen that. Like I see a couple bust off to the left or right every now and then. I want to point it out to him so bad, but I've seen a couple come up behind them. They're actually picking up the poles and spinning around now. Check our tracker and see what. Boat 41, Condren and Paisley, they've been in this one spot not far from us for a minute. We need to head over there and check them out. Just a second. Really, there he is. Not big. Gosh, right at the boat. They're different. Now it's a little oak top. I mean, literally, they have been thrown in that same spot for a keeper. They've thrown the same spot the whole time we've been talking. And that's probably the longest span they've been without a bite, and then just threw up and caught it's gonna go in the box. And I mean, it's so weird in fishing. I see it when sometimes you want to be as stealthy and quiet as possible, but gosh, I've seen it where they've been stealthy and they just turn the boat around, and I've seen it where it pushed those shad around and the bass, and then you get a bite, and then it's just that they were sitting there not being so quiet, and then as soon as they pick up the poles, kick the boat around, make a little commotion, throw back over where they're just throwing, and both of them had a bite about the same time. Cameron caught a tiny one, Ty caught one that's going to go in the box right there. Another one biting it right there, yep, hooked up. Be a good one. Maybe. I mean, they've been throwing in these things. That's 2 casts in a row. That's kind of what I was trying to mention earlier, is that when do you stay, and we watched 10 minutes. They just had a couple little bites, and then just 2 in a row right there, same spot. Caught a pretty good one to put it it went in the box, no measuring needed, and then we'll see if they can go 3 casts in a row. Looked like you might have had one just coming behind it right there. Darian, I have not moved since I got off with you watching Ty and Cameron, and this shallow point. Ty said that he had to get out and push the boat off the little sandbar yesterday. It's so shallow up there on top of it, and we watched them throw in the same spot for 5+ minutes, no bites, moved the boat around, threw back in that same spot, got bit 2 casts in a row, but they just caught, we just watched them catch one that was a keeper, but nothing really happening. What area of the lake are you in now? You were in the golf course area. You down, up?
Yeah, we ran up to the next creek, and we have found, I'm gonna give out a new award every tournament for the prettiest Phoenix in the whole derb. These guys have got Garmin graphs and trolling motor and a Phoenix, very pretty Phoenix. Matt, you can't see it. All black with red stripes, and they've got the chrome logo, which is the, we joked about it before. I don't know what's so special about the chrome, but if you don't have the chrome, then that means you don't have the pretty logo. Jason Duran, the Phoenix man, would know better, but I mean, this is the prettiest rig. Guys, talk a little bit about fishing. What's going on so far? Y'all just 70, 100 yards into this creek. Any bites yet, or what's going on?
We caught one out of the grass right over behind you. We caught some in practice here, and just trying to get them to bite this morning.
Yeah.
We're being stubborn.
Being stubborn. Little bit of shad spawn going on, but
yeah, fish just ain't followed them yet.
Yep. Has the bite been better in the morning or the afternoon?
We caught these in the morning.
Yeah.
Just trying to slow down and take your time.
That's right.
It's a long day.
That's right.
They're still getting bit here, but they're just not a lot of size, and I'm going to move on around and check on a couple other people, so I'll be right back with y'all in just a minute.
Well, like I said, we moved into a new creek, and we've got several boats in the area. Saw a couple guys leaving, saw a couple guys headed in, and these guys have slowed down. That last boat we were on was fishing so fast. I thought that we'd see smoke come out of the back of their boat. It was a fire or something, but they were just burning. And these guys are making sure they don't miss anything, making real precise casts. And like you said, there's fish in the area. They caught them in practice. We know they're here, but we just gotta slow down and make them bite. And you can see, I don't know, I can see 3 or 4 other boats in already, so. got us an old rig sliding in here now. I don't know if this pretty old boat too. Sprint, old one. I don't think these are ABT guys, but that's an old pretty boat. I don't see a flag on them, but that's like my pawpaw's boat. It's got red everything and red carpet. Here's an ABT, guys. Oh, fish on. Good. Oh. Pounder. It'll keep though. She'll eat. She ain't gonna get you full, but she'll eat. How about it, guys? Y'all got any so far?
We got one 3-pounder.
One 3-pounder. Y'all got time for a 20-second interview?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Tell us about practice. Well, how's practice?
Practice is pretty bad.
Yeah.
On us.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about today then. When did the 3-pounder come on?
He come on Topwater.
Yeah. Topwater. What was y'all's boat number?
161.
161. Caught a 3-pounder on Topwater. Well, at least you got one good one early.
Yeah, we got one early. You call that a good one.
Yeah, I call it a good one.
Well, I'd take 5 of them
Yeah.
before we start. But yeah, it's we're getting out of here. It's kind of a little dim on that.
Well, it sounds like y'all had a good year last year here, huh?
Yeah, we won last
Yeah.
year. Got lucky, caught probably the biggest fish in this lake.
Well,
if it ain't, I'd like to see the big one.
an 8+ don't come around here very often.
No, and it was in I was fishing for a little old 2-pounder on the bed. And he says, get the net. And I said, no, not right now. He's back there wrestling one. And I turned around and looked, and I seen it come up. I said, oh my God.
I've never heard of it.
Lake.
That's the biggest one I've ever heard of out of here.
Yeah. And
Definitely the biggest we've caught here.
So how much does last year's win help you for this year?
well, we're familiar with this lake.
Yeah.
It's we're doing the same thing these guys are.
Yeah.
You know. Basically.
You just fish and hope you get a couple quality bites, put them in the boat, and see how the weigh-in goes.
That's right.
You know.
That's right. Well, y'all go chase them down. We ain't gonna hold you up there.
All right, man. See y'all.
Yeah, man. There you go.
Tell Kay, did we get paid for that interview?
Yeah, she's in my ear right now. And yeah.
Tell her we want to chat.
Yeah. He says that's
quality time.
It is.
Yeah. I feel like that's fine.
Yeah.
Can I thank all the sponsors off?
Yeah. Yeah.
Appreciate it, Kay.
Yes, sir. Looky there. We got a pro reading off the ABT sponsors, and I think he was trying to get a little check from Miss Kay. Miss Kay, I hear you're live with us now. What do you got to say about that?
Those guys are always looking for a check from Miss Kay. I swear. I told them one time I kind of act like that they're like my fans and they're just waiting on my autograph. But in all honesty, if it doesn't have a number beside it, like with some zeros, they're not interested in my autograph. I can assure you of that. You know, that team right there, they've been at that Bass Team Championship several times on the Alabama Bass Trail Dime. They're a good team, and they flat showed out here last year. I think a lot of people really thought they would have a win way before 2023. Really good team, 2 brothers out here getting it done, and they're always fun to talk to.
And they're always having fun.
That's true. That's true. You know, and a lot of these guys,
You see it.
they'll... Go ahead, Darian.
I was just gonna say, a lot of guys get worked up and get all, tight-lipped and those guys are just always fun. No matter what they're doing, it's fun in their boat. You can tell.
Oh yeah, they're always having a good time. They've been really good, loyal to the Alabama Bass Trail, fish with us about every year. So we're very happy to have them, and man, it'd be nice to see them repeat. They're gonna have to upgrade from that 3-pounder, but it'd be fun to see them. I think that was your first tournament you ever did with us here at Neely Henry. I think you got to call their win.
It was. I remember. So they, you can tell they're catchers and they're used to winning and have high expectations. When I said, well, that's a good one, a 3-pounder. I said, that's a good one. And he said, if that's your standard for Neely and a 3-pounder is not a good one on Neely, you are certainly have a bar set for this lake.
All right, everyone,
Well,
we're going to go to a short commercial break. Darren, we're going to let you reposition. I think Jason is back on Ryan and Fisher and Naya. We'll come back. We'll get an update from them. We'll get an update from Darren and see if Matt has relocated on another team up in Canoe Creek. We'll be back in just a minute on the Alabama Bass Trail Live, presented by AmFirst. We'll be right back.
The Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, and by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you?
Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink?
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Welcome to Minnow King.
We're gonna have what he's had. Yeah, throw me in a net BLT, too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down. Quit feeding him so much.
Oh, yeah, man, I'm trying to, man.
If you overfeed him, he's gonna hide under a log.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Otten, Head Fury, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Hey, Mama.
Hey, baby, how you doing today?
We're a big old Southern family here, so we know how to cook. We're doing chicken sandwiches the Southern way. There's our new blackened chicken sandwich, grilled fresh with a bold blend of spices, smothered cheesy bacon, and classic Southern fried. These make Mama proud, so bring your family
So good.
to meet our family. Blackened, cheesy bacon, or classic. Try your favorite chicken sandwich today. I'm Mary Bonner, and I'm all about the South.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail here at Neely Henry Lake. As you can see on the screen, we have boat number 179, Christopher Gore and Austin Hammond. You see them getting in their second fish of the day. Wasn't a big fish, but it does go a long way in helping them get that early morning limit. Hopefully the sun will come up soon and the fish will catch fire as well. As you can see, you got Ryan and Naya, Fisher and Naya. They're currently leading the Angler of the Year points. They have a 11-point lead. That's Ryan getting another fish in the boat. If my math is correct, that would put them with 2 fish in the boat but they are leading your Angler of the Year points. Very slim margin, 11 points. Going to be very important to see how this tournament shakes up. They caught them well first, second, and third stop. Fourth stop here at Neely Henry Lake, a little bit different fishery than they're used to. It hasn't been kind to Ryan, and he admitted that in a conversation he and I had earlier this week. I want to talk a little bit about Neely Henry, give a shout out to the Greater Gadsden Tourism Agency, as well as the City of Gadsden, for being our host this week here at Neely Henry Lake. If you're not familiar with Neely, it's one of the smaller bodies of water we go to in the North Division. Just over 11,000 acres, 77.5 miles long, dam to dam, and 339 miles of shoreline. Coosa Landing, that is the official takeoff and weigh-in destination of the Alabama Bass Trail. As you can see, they are packed in here. 225 boats in the North Division, and they sold out in less than 15 minutes. Current temperature is 67 degrees with 74-degree water temps. Going to be a little bit cooler day than what we've experienced over the last week. 74 degrees is the high today. Going to be overcast sky with a little bit of rain coming about midday. Going to be interesting to see how that affects the fishing, but we're excited to be here in Neely Henry and to be back here in Gadsden, Alabama. So a lot of the guys are moving around, and we'll talk a little bit about weigh-in. Weigh-in starts at 2:30 today here at Coosa Landing. There are some bleachers here as well as some bench seating. If you don't want to bring your lawn chairs out, you can do that. You'll be set up under the bridge, so hopefully if there's any rain, you will be protected from that. But weigh-in does start at 2:30. As we get later on in the season, as always, you can weigh in an hour early, so guys could come across as early as 1:30 today. But with the low temperatures and not the immediate post-spawn action like we would expect, I don't think you'll have a lot of guys come in early. 225 teams in this event. Looking at that top 9, there's 82 points that separate 9th place from 1st place. Top 9 go on to that Bassmaster Team Championship that'll be at Lake Ouachita, Monroe, Louisiana, in December of this year. The top 75 go to the Alabama Bass Trail Championship later on in October on Lay Lake for over $100,000, no entry fee championship. So a lot on the line today. Guys are going to weigh in. They may not show up at that 5th tournament if they don't have a good day today. So they're going to weigh in today. You can expect a lot of teams to come across that stage today. Darian Craig will be your MC, as Mr. Luke Duncan is away covering an NPFL event, and then Luke will be with us for the rest of the year. So glad to have Mr. Matt Lee in MLF BPT. That's a lot of letters to get out this morning, but glad to have Matt Lee filling in with us. He was with us at Smith Lake. Glad to have him back with us here on Neely Henry Lake. Brings a lot of knowledge. Has been fishing his whole life. So we're going to try to go ahead and get back out with Jason so that we can get on the water. So Jason, we're going to throw it back out to you. Update us on what Ryan and Fisher have in the boat.
Yes, ma'am. We are on the AOY leaders, Ryan and Fisher and I, and we are just kind of bouncing around. We stopped at our last spot. I don't think we got a chance to be on live. I know we did get a fish catch from that one. We will get a replay here in just a minute about it, but it was a squeaker, and Fisher looks back. I mean, Ryan's catching them. He's kind of just razzing daddy this a little bit. Got another squeaker. And when we left that spot, he said, we're just going to kind of hit these one fish spots for just a minute, just trying to get that limit. I mean, not trying to put pressure on the guys at all in any way, but it's really important in this event to get a limit, to come to the scales, to weigh in today. When you're leading AOY, the only way to keep getting points is to bring fish to the scales. So every place that you finish ahead of the 2nd place team, you gain points on them. So we really want to do our best to bring that limit to the scale today. So we're just kind of down here. Ryan has changed it up a little bit from this morning. Now Fisher's changed it up. Fisher's got the buzz bait, and Ryan's kind of swimming the soft plastic through there. I do see some fish activity in the area for sure. Kind of see them starting to hit the top of the water. Kind of chasing spats spawn a little bit earlier this morning. Ryan may have mentioned to it as well. It's kind of on the tail end of it. It's not everywhere. And it may have been there for you in practice, and now it's kind of moved on somewhere else. Oh, fish on. Good catch, good catch, good catch. Oh. saw there, Ryan, our fisher had one on the buzzbait blow up, and it blew up pretty hard. And trying to fight it out of that grass, he was about to swing it in the boat, and as he went to swing it, it came unbuttoned. That would have been their third fish. If you're just joining with us, Ryan had said earlier, we kind of had a chance to talk to him in a little lull there, that as they move down the lake in practice, they, the fish seem to get smaller, and I think they're down here just trying to, like they'd said, bounce around and get one fish here and there, and hope that wasn't the only fish in this spot. Darian, you catch any fish over there? What's the deal?
Well, I wish I was catching them, but we've been able to watch a bunch of fish catches, and even saw last year's winners who had over an 8-pounder. So I think they caught the biggest fish in the lake last year. But I'm seeing one consistent thing, which is the swim jig. You've seen it, Matt's seen it a little bit this morning.
Yeah.
It's something we talked about first thing, and if you come to Neely, you know that you're going to be throwing a swim jig at some point in the day. And Rapala, Crush City, brand new last year, and this is the cleanup crawl, something that I talked about this morning. It's a crawl style, twin tail type of trailer with a ton of action, and this one that I've got is more of a natural color, green pumpkin, blue flash. If I was fishing this morning, I would want something more white, more shad color for that shad spawn on a white swim jig, hopping it over the top of the grass, kind of just swimming it in and out of the grass. You can even put that on a buzz bait. We saw one of the teams earlier had a crawl style bait like this one on the back of a buzz bait. And then once that shad spawn dies off, y'all keep hearing us talk about it, the shad spawn kind of stays here a lot of times with the low light. So we've got a lot of low light today, heavy fog above us. But that shad spawn is going to stick around for a while. As soon as it gets brighter, the sun gets out, that shad spawn kind of dissolves, and you'll start switching from the whites to more naturals or black and blues or other colors. But that's when you'd want something like this, just more natural color. You can fish this a bunch of different ways, but an awesome bait. We've seen several packs. I know Fisher and Ryan are big Rapala guys, and they've probably got this tied on, I would imagine. But anyhow, brand new bait from Crush City. One of the ABT sponsors was Rapala, and these are available at Academy Sports. If y'all are interested and want to check out a pack for yourself. Sounds like there's some guys idling to us right now. Oh, Tracy, we're going to get I don't know if he's idling back for a... Yeah? What have you got? You got 3 so far, and you said they were this big, but...
I've got 3 pound after.
3 pound after?
Size.
Well, there you go. Well, they're headed out. Good luck, guys.
Thank you. See y'all.
So those guys also are, known on this lake to catch them. They've got a boat wrap from a boat dealer here on the lake. And if you're ever fishing against a guy who has a boat wrap from the dealer on the same lake, you know that they're going to be a threat. Tracy and Dustin always catch them on this lake. So it's going to be very interesting. I'm going to throw it back over to the guys. We've got several guys fishing back in this pocket, so we're going to hop up and go chase them down. But yeah, I just wanted to give you a bait breakdown with the Crush City Customs cleanup crawl.
Darren, as we're flipping this grass here, I could very well say we are throwing the cleanup crawl over here from the nice Rapala wrap boat for Ryan and Fisher and I. These guys are just kind of changed it up a little bit, slowed it down. You can see there is a crawl bait on that line, so I think Darren may have just hit it on the head. Kind of slowed it down a little bit, changed it up, running the buzz bait across the top, and now we're coming along just kind of flipping that grass. Turning around here, so I want to have another second look at this one, it looks like.
We just rolled up with Brian Morris and Randy Tolbert. They said they were hiding from me this morning. Trouble right here. Said that they got that one measured, Sure, they got 4. Randy said they got about 4 for 20, so 4 for 20? 4 for 20? Yeah, he said about 4 for 20, so. No, I'm just messing. I'm totally lying. He said, I wish. The tractor, they were tucked in here between a couple of docks, and they, I was trying to, we got boats around, I was trying to hunt them down, and I pulled up with 3, 4 different people. Like, is that them? You see that the guy in our tournament? And then finally, they were tucked in here, fishing on the main lake, down the lake, and 4 fish first thing. Saw them catch a couple on the spinnerbait. A little bit different. We're out on the main, main lake, down the lake, docks, sea walls. Totally different than where we were at. We had a little bit of a idle, kind of frustrating. I'm trying to get over and watch somebody catch a hammer. We'll get I'm gonna sneak in here a little closer to them, and we'll get a report on what they caught them on. I sent them on a spinnerbait, topwater. Randy's pitching his little jig around. Randy was actually he's a Georgia Bulldog. He was actually at Georgia when I was at Auburn, and spent many a day together. Feels like yesterday, but it was about a decade ago. I'm getting old quick. Definitely a couple of fish catching machines right here. Darian checking in with us. Darian, give us a little fishing report. What you got there?
Yeah. So slow it down now. Guys, we're on boat, you said 123. Boat number 123, he said we've had a few bites, and one of them was a 5-pounder, and they got them in the box. So they've only got one keeper, but he said if I get one like that every hour and a half, I'll stay in here all day. 5-pounder, that's the biggest one of the day so far that we've been able to cover. So what'd the 5-pounder come on? Oh, nice. That's what Willie was just talking about. Our boat driver was saying that kind of slick morning like this, that buzzbait might be a little bit too much.
I'm sure they have.
Yeah. So is practice pretty good?
We didn't practice.
Wow.
We don't. This is where I learned how to fish about 20 years ago. It seems like every time I try to practice here or Weiss, I never do well in the tournament. I can kill them in practice and don't do well in the tournament. So
just quit
about 3 years ago, I just quit practicing on the Coosa.
Yeah, I don't blame you. So if we've got any viewers at home watching on Facebook or YouTube and y'all got questions on how to catch a 5-pounder on Neely, drop those comments down below, because I don't think we'll get to answer that question many more times than now. And Ms. Kay's always got the comments pulled up on Facebook, so if y'all do comment, she's always reading them to us in our earpieces, and we can try to get answers to your questions. But y'all can see they're fishing the grass slow. This is the first kind of stretch of grass that we've seen that's this far off the bank. This is a really, really shallow kind of back of a creek, and fishing slow and steady.
I will say this about everybody thinks, you got your football rivalries, how cutthroat it is in the Southeast. So Oh, Randy fished in Georgia, like, we did not care. We were all about fishing. I had, like, best friends that fished at Alabama and Georgia, and Randy stayed at our place. We traveled all over and fished college tournaments. It's like everybody talks about the good old days, man. That was so much fun. But you want to talk about a couple of guys that could straight catch them. Got one on right now. Not gonna measure. There's some fish being caught this morning, because I mean, we have not been on them 10 minutes and caught 4. Not measure. Number 5. I mean, where was your net man on that one?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if that's the case, we'll stick around.
They're sporting Darian's chromed out Phoenix logo. I like that color. Sweet. Darian's all in that chrome.
You gotta have that chrome logo. That's the one where you know.
I can see. Hey, gotta start somewhere. Not even breakfast time yet. Now wait till about dinner and they start biting. I remember at West Point, Randy won a tournament. Solid mud, cold. It was on a Rapala jerkbait. I mean, you couldn't hardly get a bite. I remember some bright colored, I don't know, I have to quiz Randy on that. He put it on me a bunch, more times than I care to count. Y'all had shad bumping and spinnerbait and stuff this morning there?
Yeah, a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
They haven't been doing it lately.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you couldn't.
We started on a different wall and there was some rolling and we lost one on it. But we caught a lot of fish in this direction.
Yeah. Yeah, the tracker still had you on a point right back there, so I ran over to the point. I'm like, they ain't here. Then I ran back across, pulled up 2 different boats, then came back across. Like, well, let's run on down the lake. I'm like, there they are in there. He said that, Randy said that, I asked him if there's any shad bumping or spinnerbait. That's something that, when the shad spawn's going on, you'll have happen a lot. He said this morning there was, but then it stopped, and he thought that it would keep going longer. Maybe this morning with the weather being overcast, that sun came through earlier just for a second. It got bright, but it's still really hazy out, and it's kind of, I mentioned it earlier, kind of a just wait and see how long that is going to last, and they're still, you know, like we watched them catch several. They're still biting, but he said that they're not bumping the spinnerbait. It's almost like a small fish pecking at your spinnerbait. You'll feel it like the blades just skip.
I got you if you want to race.
He said that. Yeah, they're still biting this morning, but
it is bad.
Not seeing their shad spawn like it was.
Lost of those decent fish. Then I had another one I was really
Yeah.
just floating.
What was that West Point tournament in the mud that you won on that Was that on a Rapala jerkbait? What was it? A husky jerk or a?
XRD, a little deep diving jerkbait.
Yeah. Couldn't even get a sniff anywhere on the lake. Randy had like 16 pounds or something. About watercolor like this, about 14 degrees out.
Oh, there's still snow.
Yeah, it's probably 20, 12, 11. Hooked up again. Another keeper. Randy could probably bench press about 300 pounds. He set the hook. That fish did weigh 3 pounds, and now it weighs about 2.5 after he hit some of that Phoenix. Set the hook a little bit. You got to swing like they're 10 pounds, though. You hurt his feelings. I'll give him that. He probably won't bite a spinnerbait again for a little bit. Cold one. Just like that, they caught number 5 in cold one. No little one right there rolling. I would say it is that time where I really, you know, to me, I don't know if like you're better off way back in a creek or, you know, like where Darien started out at, you saw activity and there wasn't a lot of boats around, and now you're on the main lake and you're seeing just as many fish caught. I guess, I mean, it also, water temp's mid-70s, so they're biting everywhere, but I'm sure that makes it a little bit tougher for these guys to key in on exactly what to do. I mean, it seems like you could probably get a bite, you know, anywhere, but catching 5 of the right ones and like, oh, little one right there on Topwater. God, that's fun. Pull out the old chug bug, call up about a 8 1/4. Kay was talking about the guys last year, like, that's a difference maker, 8. Holy cow. On Topwater? Holy cow. He just said that, I was kind of making that about an 8-pounder joke, but he said he caught a 7 right behind where they're at right now in practice. On that little Topwater. Gosh. Talk about it. That gets me excited thinking about it. Is that, what are y'all's plans for the day? You been on Main Lake this morning and still gonna stay on it all day, or? Mm-hmm. Yeah. 7-pounder. They said that, yeah, I asked them about kind of plan for the day, and they said, yeah, they're kind of go from the seawall rock and go more to that grass, swimming a jig, and trying to upgrade a little bit as the day goes on. I would say that I'm sure they'd like to hook a 7 right now, but they're getting a lot of bites, got a limit, cold ones, and just like those winners from last time we were here, like it only takes a couple of those bites. So, see, this is a what about that 7-pounder? Was it a hellacious bite, or was it a little just?
Now, I had a lot of blow-ups and stuff like that. I only had one hook on the thing. I thought I had it bent in far enough where it wasn't. I did that on Wednesday.
Oh, God.
I had 35, 40 blow-ups down here, and you can tell some of them were better fish.
Yeah.
We got one pretty decent one up that way, and we caught 15. Hoping for, 3 or 4 pounder, because we know our afternoon stuff comes better, but we can steal a couple good ones early. Felt like we better do that.
Yeah.
Everybody's beating the grass up now, and it'll get better as the day goes.
Yeah, I like it. He was saying that, yeah, everybody would say, man, why didn't you? That's the one you don't need to catch in practice. But he did say he had his hooks bent in, had one hook on his topwater, and of course, that big one in practice had the thing. He hooked her. But you'd have brand new trebles. That's just how fishing goes, and fishing with a topwater. We've already seen this morning, like, he one hook on his bait, trebles bent in, catches a 7-pounder. But he said he had a lot of bites down through here, and I mean they've already had several bites, and they think, yeah. One thing too they mentioned was they're fishing that grass a little bit later in the day, and timing will be huge too. Like you go somewhere where somebody spent all morning, but once the day goes on, you get that weather that comes through. If you clued in enough, you can fish. People have been all day, but you're hitting it at the wrong time. And they feel pretty good about being able to upgrade as the day goes on. They were hoping every good bite right now would be just kind of a bonus. I mean, it's easy to say, but it sounds like they had a pretty decent practice, and I like the game plan. Fishing here, shallow rock, seawalls, main lake early, going to that grass hedge a little bit. We just had another little one roll on him right there. I mean, as soon as that bait hit the water, it's actually a little bluegill. Circle hook, some crickets. You're talking about an aggressive bluegill, but that topwater didn't as soon hit the water when it came up smoking. $7. I really did going into today thought it would fish smaller here than it is, and I guess it's just because of the time of year we're here, everything that you can get a lot of bites in a lot of different areas of the lake, and fishing for getting bites seems really good. So it has spread people out. Like we go to move around, and it's not just real easy to find other boats, and I think that's kind of a testament to how good the lake's fishing, and this fishery right now is. I mean, that you can see guys way back in a place, got a long idle, they're catching fish. You go out to the main lake, finally find a boat, they're catching fish. It's impressing me. Another one right there, good one. Man, he just missed it, man. I say there's a reason why those fish, bigger fish, are. Golly. There's nothing you could do right there. That bait was sitting still and had one that was not a bad fish, just just roll over it and not get it. It doesn't seem like it really matters that throw topwater or spinner bait. Either one's getting about pretty much the same amount of bites. Pick up a spinner rod, there's a wacky worm on there, and it's so tough to do. Like when they're biting, you want to throw something you cover a little bit of water with, and then you do, and then you get one and roll on it and just totally miss it. Well, so slow down, and then you're not covering as much water. I like this next little section of rock. Let's see how long it is. You have a bluegill the size of your thumbnail, eat it as soon as it hits the water. You gotta get the pliers to get him off. And then that one will roll on it and sitting still, totally miss it. Just, what are the odds? Need a circle hook just for the decent sized bass. Bluegill you just catch on a chug bug. I got one right there. I wouldn't want to take Randy on in a wrestling match, but that one right there about pulled him in, right? Short stringed him. We call it a handcuff right there. You're about to pick your bait up out of the water, and he just. How much longer are y'all down this bank, you think?
We're about to pick up food. We're going to go back to where we started.
Yeah.
And go back the other way. And
all right.
Grass beds right there we're going to fish.
Yeah. I got a little tracker on y'all. I'm going to keep moving and I'll come see how it's going.
All right, appreciate it, man.
You the man. I get all the bad luck out of here. You don't want me around. That 7-pounder will eat first cast next spot.
Jason, I sent you a text and you responded with that Fisher and Ryan had just caught one and they missed one, they missed another one and caught another one. What? Sounds like you got a little action going on. $143. Boat number 143, Evan Cooper, Mason Cooper. They got four fish. He said there were 4 little ones, and they were sitting in the same spot right away. They've been in this exact spot for a while now, and every now and then they catch one, and we were kind of a distance off from them, and we had to slide up because they kept catching them. I figured they'd be moving and keep working their way down the bank, but they weren't. So I guess this is a little old honey hole. And right as we were about to leave out of here, just a few minutes ago, it got kind of slow in here and we were going to leave. And all 3 of the boats caught one almost the exact same time. We were trolling motoring to leave out of here, and I heard a fish blow up. It was because somebody had one on. And turned around, and all 3 of them were literally reeling them in at the same time. So, I don't know if it was a little bite window or what happened, but. I'm gonna get in a little closer to these guys and ask them what's so special about this grass, because there's got to be something special. What'd you say y'all's boat number was? 141. 121. Okay. Y'all got 4 little ones. I've seen you sit in the same spot, throwing that same grass. What's so special about it?
There was some better fish in here yesterday.
Did y'all just have a bunch of bites in that one little stretch there?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, I've got a funny story, Kenny. And I have to face the camera for this one. So Ms. K sends out these texts, or these emails with all the boat numbers on it. I heard them say boat number 121, so I pull up my app, type Neely to get the boat number list, and boat number 121 is Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker, and I know that that's not them. So in my ear, they're asking, what's this boat number? And I know that they're not boat number 121 because that's Willis and Kiker. I just realized I'm looking at the 2023 list, which is last year's list. And it wouldn't download all morning, and I was wondering why it wasn't downloaded, because it was earlier, and I was on last year's list. So 121, they said they got 4 little ones, said the fish were better in here last week, and as soon as we get to talking with them, I heard a weight hit the boat over here and a little frustration. So that means a swing and a miss, and he didn't have a crawl, which means, you know, that's never good. Something took his cricket. Now he's stretched out kind of in the middle of this creek, and it's really, really shallow, but they're fishing just 2 isolated patches, tiny patches. I mean, there's only 3 or 4 stalks of grass sticking up out of the water, but I guess that's all it took because he got a bite on it. And the 2024 list, Kenny, boat number 121 is Daryl Gentry and Bradley Kessler. Just an update for the fans. I've now got my correct list pulled up. And honestly, if I would just look at the iPad that Kay gives us, she had the list already pulled up for me and loaded on. I didn't have to do anything. I was trying to use my phone, so there you go. As Kay does everything to get us set up right, and I still drop the ball. I'm ready to hear back from Jason Grant. I think he had some mic issues. I don't know what happened, but he texted me and said that he was still on Fisher and Ryan, and they were catching some and missing some and losing some. So I'm anxious to get an update from Jason.
I'm here. I'm here.
Here.
So we have been just kind of bouncing around here with Ryan and Fisher, and you know it's hard to pull away from them right now because they're getting them all to the boat. We've had probably 4 fish. 2 of them they caught. One of them was short, and the other 2 really good hook sets. Never saw the fish, never got them to the top of the grass, and you know making the fish catches, making the ones that you have to get them to the boat. They get them right next to the boat and they come unbuttoned, and that's hard. That's really hard and difficult. But you know, the thing is they're starting to see some activity in their area. They're starting to catch some fish. So that's a good, really good sign.
Gee. Yeah. Well, at least you got a really good start. That's one way to keep looking at it, though. Sorry.
Good to know the kicker's out of the way.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry to interrupt you, Jason, but we had a guy cut over and
No, you're fine. You're fine.
He was chatting, but no, that's interesting. I mean, like you said, dude, you stick with those guys because it's tough. It's hard enough to do good in one ABT. It's hard to do that. And then to do good in 4 consecutive, or 3 consecutive, so you're leading in points. I mean, there's so much pressure coming in, and you know, Fisher's Facebook post said that they weren't biting in practice, but I honestly don't trust that one bit. But I mean, it sounds like they've had how many bites or how many hook sets have they had this morning?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, we're in double digits for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. 12, 13.
That's got to at least calm your nerves down a little bit, so at least you know you're in an area where you're getting bites and you're doing the right thing. You
just picked up. Yeah, just picked up.
So how many fish do they have in the box right now?
They've got 2 fish in the box right now, and you know, as Fisher would describe them, not my words, squeakers. You know, squeakers. So they caught one this morning up where we were. They brought one. We jumped another spot on the river and caught one. They come in here, and this is really just a pocket right in here, and they had one right away, and it was a pretty good one, but they couldn't get it to the boat. And Ryan lost one, Fisher lost one, had a couple blow-ups, a couple swings and a misses. You know, so I mean, it's been pretty productive in here, from the sense of you're seeing the fish. You know that they're in the area. The bite has turned on.
Yeah, for sure.
And they've gone quick. They've tried everything. They fished it fast. They fished it slow. They've gone through this area. Now we just turned around and going to go back. Oh, really good fish right at the boat. Flipping a dock, flipping an old boat dock. I mean, he basically had to set. Oh, got him that time. So it's a keeper. That's the second time on live we've had a fish bite. Last week, turn around. Oh. Turn around and catch the fish. That's a keeper. Come on.
So he missed it.
He's put it on the Phoenix.
He missed it and turned.
He's put it on the Phoenix bumboard. Right yeah, put that one on the big side. Go ahead. He put it on the Phoenix mutt board and it measured, so we're gonna put a coil tag on it, but we hopefully not weighing it for Mountain Dew small bass today, so, because it is, it's all of 6 ounces. Go ahead and call that weight out if you want to. Score tracker update.
14 ounces.
14 ounces.
We got 3 for 3
Nice.
3 for 3 pounds.
Nice.
Score
So you said
tracker
they
update,
missed
14
that right at the
ounces.
boat? They
Missed it right. I mean, he's fishing a dock. I know you can't see it. He's nosed into this old boat dock, and I mean, Fisher literally catches him at the trolling motor, hook set straight up, and then I'm like, man, that was no way, and then throws right back in there again and catches it. So that's pretty. Not too often you can throw back in there and catch it using the same bait, especially.
Yeah, I know. No, for sure. We've had, as soon as you said that, we've got a boat in front of us just caught one.
Fisher does have a good attitude about it. You can tell they're not super stressing it at this point. These guys have fished long enough to know that, you know, you just keep your head down and keep casting. The odds are in your favor that at some point you're going to luck up on one. And truthfully, Fisher's been on the water enough, especially here too. This week and previous weeks, he's been on the water enough here to know he can catch a limit. Just keep it calm. So we kind of doubled up today, fishing a swim jig and fishing a boat dock. So folks at home.
That's our. You see that a bunch, especially nowadays. You see that a bunch.
You do.
You go back and forth.
I mean, that's become a popular thing.
Oh, I'll control mine. Yeah, it's like, I mean, especially on a lake like Neely, dude. You can, you know, I've got the cleanup crawl, and you can rig it up both ways. You can rig it on a swim jig. You can rig it on just like a ball head skipping jig, and you can just go fish boat docks, fish grass, fish boat docks, fish swim jig, fish boat docks, fish swim jig, and just do it back and forth all day long. And honestly, that's a good strategy. Willie's shaking his head yes. So one thing, Miss Kay just texted me, and I wanted to show. Normally it'll take us a second to get this thing focused in, but Jason, I've got the iPad out, and the cool thing about the iPads and running the cameras is we can see the location of about 30 different anglers on the lake. And the cool thing about Neely, and we talked with Willie about this earlier, but this entire lake, you can catch fish everywhere. And you can see, like, this is the lower end of the dam, this is the upper end where I'm at. I know you can't see it too detailed, but the river kind of just snakes all through here. And the boats are so evenly spread out. And a lot of the ABTs that we go to, or the lakes that we go to, it's heavy populated in the north end and heavy populated on the south end. Neely is just very well spread out. If you're coming here for the first time and just fishing, forget the tournament, anywhere on the lake you can go to and catch fish. And we talked with Willie, our driver, about that. He knows a lot about the lake. Any spot you want to go to on Neely, pull up to the bank, fish a swim jig, you can catch fish. Any of the boat docks on the lake, catch fish, and just start there. And that's a really cool thing, but it just confirms that when you look at the tracker. But for the people who are watching, Miss Kay said there's a lot of, we're having good numbers today, so we appreciate all of you who are watching on Facebook or YouTube. And it's important to remember, if you have any questions, there's a lot of fish catching going on. Fisher and Ryan and I, Fisher's on the lake as much as anybody is, and if y'all got any questions, I'm sure he wouldn't mind answering them, and the guys around us are catching a lot of fish. So if you have any fish catching questions, we'd love to ask the anglers that we're watching. These geese don't realize I'm trying to do an interview, but and also if there's any anglers that you'd like us to try and cover, we've got 30 locations of 30 different teams on the water, so comment their names below. Miss Kay will tell them to us in our ears, and we'll go try to find them for you by the end of the day. But just comment that down below, and we'll see if we can help you out.
Darren, I did see a Facebook question come in as I'm scrolling through them here. Facebook viewer was asking how many Jack's biscuits you bought this morning at Jack's.
I did see that comment earlier myself.
You didn't see it.
I bought four biscuits. I bought one for myself. I should have bought two for myself because I'm starving. Bought one for Maddie, one for yourself, and I know that my cameraman Kenny, he never wants a biscuit. I offer him every time, but he never says yes. So I got one for Willie D, our boat driver today.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. You know, Luke's not here this week. Yeah, Luke's not here this week, so I really appreciate you bringing the extra love this week. So taking care of us.
Well, the offer would not have been extended if Luke Duncan was here. I would not have been buying biscuits for anybody. Hey, the good thing about Jack's, I will say this. This is a shameless sponsor plug about Jack's. Jack's open at 4:30. I'm sorry. Yeah, 4:30. We got there at 4:30 this morning. Jack's gonna be open, and hardly anybody's open that early in the morning. I think Jack's, especially in fishing cities or fishing towns, they're open so early and they're always so nice. I had the nicest lady ever this morning at 4:33 in the morning. Just so happy to see me and give me 4 biscuits.
You did pull out your
Shouts out to
ABT,
Jack.
your official ABT card, right? You should flash your ABT card. And
I've
said,
got an
hey,
ABT.
I'm doing
I've got a
great.
little ABT credit card. I got a little $10 limit on my credit card Kay got me, and I will slide in there and get a little biscuit on them. Jason, I'm gonna pull up and chat with these guys. They've got a pretty boat here, and I've seen them catch some fish. I don't know if they want to chat with us, but I'm gonna ask some questions. All right, guys, we finally made it all the way back to you. What's y'all's boat number? Boat number 136. I've seen you catch a few. How many keepers you got? Yeah? Well, I brought biscuits, but they all got ate pretty quickly. 136, Brad Ammer and Roger Stegall.
You're on Roger Stegall?
Yeah. The
Pickwick
Roger
Hammer.
Stegall.
Pickwick Hammer. Yeah.
Pickwick Hammer. I've got people are commenting Pickwick Hammer in my ear is all I'm hearing.
Tell him Jason said hey. He knows who I am.
Jason
He's a good
Durant
man.
says
Been around
hello.
a
He's
long
in
time.
my ear. I covered them. We stopped by them on Pickwick. That was the windy day. Yeah, it was. And I hear him off in the distance. We've got Matt Lee, and he has found Zeke Gossett, it sounds like. And I don't know whenever we're going to get Matt pulled in, but talk about local guys who, know a lot about the lake. Matt, if he found Zeke and Kellett there. Matt, I was just hyping up the team that you found as local sticks. Those guys that normally we try to find just because they know a lot about the area. But what you got going on with old Zeke?
I know you were hungry this morning, Darian, but probably time for you to, just as your friend, for you to start watching your figure a little bit. You letting yourself go. You probably need to ease up on the biscuits, But back to Zeke and John here. 144, and I saw this morning on the tractor they were hanging out in the same area near this bridge backwater over here in Canoe Creek. I didn't really want to mess with them. It was one of those where it's like a tight little, you wouldn't even, it's a giant pipe that you have to go through to get back to this backwater. There was 3 boats back there, but they said they got a limit. They got one decent one, I think they called it, which to me translates into they've got really not a bad start at all. I would, if I had to bet money on it, they'd downplay in their morning a little bit, but they got them good. And then they said that they were making a short move, and they moved like 2 or 3 times before they actually sat down the boat. I thought they might be running from me because they didn't want to give me any secrets, but like they were gonna stop a couple times, ended up kept driving, and then they sat down over here in this area, this shallow grass, and maybe making a little bit of a transition. Zeke just had a bite right there on a slim jig, starting to fish the grass a little bit more. They were around that rock this morning and that culvert, and I think it's getting to that time where they started to starting to make a little change in their plan, and so I'm interested to see if they just had I didn't see how big that fish was. I think that they are, correct me if I'm wrong, 10th in AOY, so right there
y'all go get
in
them.
good position.
Appreciate y'all this
fishing
morning.
a lake they really got a lot of confidence in, so they I'm fishing to see if that fish can come back or not. I saw this morning y'all were in that one area for a while. What's the game plan for today?
What you're seeing right here, we just ran that for a while, and then we're gonna start spot hopping the rest of the day with the same kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like if we get out of the grass, we're away from the fish in this tournament. So.
Feel like what?
I feel like if we get out of the grass, we're away from the fish in this tournament.
Yeah, yeah. They got a limit. Said they got one decent one, which to me translates it could be 6 or 8 pounder, decent one. But I mean it's early in the morning to have a limit. One decent one, I don't care what it weighs, is not bad. And they said that they feel like, he said he feels like if he gets out of the grass and he's away from the fish in this tournament, and I mean they called it spot hopping, but with enough history, like they know little places they're gonna stop, pull up, fish for a minute, move, and that really is something I would say all over the Coosa chain, that a lot of it looks the same, shallow grass, but you fish enough and you start to get confidence in little stretches, and I'm sure that's what they're going to run around and fish, and good sign. How big was that one that just rolled on you? It was?
Yeah, it's a good one.
I didn't see the roll, but he said pretty good one, so that was like his maybe second throw.
Like a throw something.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like literally probably his second cast. He says it was, would have definitely helped. So that's got to give that's one thing too, is getting confidence that you're doing the right thing. And a lot of bites to be had, but getting a decent bite. So pull up and just get one right off the giddy out there. I can do this for a while and not be around them. Just throw the frog, swing the jig, and shallow Coosa River grass. As many bites as I've already had, it's like they are fickle. I mean, you see a lot of them just roll on the swing jig, not get it, roll on the topwater, not get it, no rhyme or reason. It's just, I guess they hear enough mercury running around this pond, and they start to eat it with the mouth closed sometimes. But yeah, I feel like if they're gonna try to make. The only thing that's not in your favor is time today. You got a bunch of it, but stopping on little key stretches is, that's one of those where these guys that are from this area, fish this area a lot, they're really going to have an advantage. You just don't have, you can't come practice this week and really dial it in that good. I mean, that's just, but that's a little bit of that local knowledge that anywhere you go, but out here it's, Lay, the Neely Henry, just known for swimming a jig in this grass, and there's certain places that might look the same as everywhere else that the fish are there, and more, it's just you're always weighing your percentages. And, you know, if you fish this place enough, then this one little patch, we, you know, get a bite every third or fourth trip that is a good one. And, you know, you just start to. What about practice this week?
In the grass. We tried everything. The only way we're getting any really good bites is in the grass.
Well, you think the garden fry, are they just around or?
Shad spawn going on.
Yeah.
The tail end of the shad spawn.
Yeah.
And a lot of these fish are moving out of these pockets.
Yep.
Right to the mouth of these
Yep.
pockets.
Yep.
Grass. You get around grass at the mouth of these pockets.
Yep. Makes sense. Yeah, he was saying that like the shad spawn that's going on, he was keeping these fish, they're moving out of these pockets, like right here in front of where they're at. There's a big pocket, so you think a lot of fishermen go in there to spawn, and he's talking about keying in on little places that are in the mouth of these pockets. Like this is a shallow point that's got that bank grass that comes way out on it. It's not like overwhelming amount of grass. Like you can fish it pretty quick. So I'm gonna pull down right here and not. Also seeing him throw like kind of like Topwater. I was talking about a bone color, like it's throwing a white frog, something that, like, for me, probably a white frog's not my favorite, but I found you're throwing, the one time a year I'm gonna throw it's this time of year because of that. I really like a dark frog, black, but when you're around the shad spawn, that white one's can be tough to beat. But he said in practice this week that it was that like he tried a lot of different things, and if he was going to catch a good one,
What kind of weight y'all got?
That little one.
8 to 10 pounds? That's awesome, guys. Got about 5 fish?
Yeah.
What's been working this morning?
A little bit of everything.
Hey, really?
I think we've caught them on 4 different baits.
I would not have guessed that fish would be that size right there.
Well, that's awesome, guys.
I mean, that was
Yeah. So I guess practice was pretty good.
Some days.
Some days. Has it changed up much today?
It was a little more active this morning, and then the last 30 minutes, it's basically just kind of really
It's kind of died off.
shut off. Which there was a shad spawn in here this morning, so.
Yeah. So you guys started in here this morning?
Yeah.
So we got boat 156, Chris Duckett and Donovan Williams. Guys said they're sitting on about 8 to 10 pounds, so. Said they were on a shad spawn bite early this morning, started in this pocket, stayed in this pocket all morning, and said it just died down about 30 minutes ago. So it sounds like when we moved in here with Ryan and I and Fisher and I, it was kind of on the tail end of what these guys are doing. So it's kind of interesting to hear when you move into an area and what the guys have been doing before they got here.
Yeah, they were talking both about like how he gets. I mean that frogfish he just caught was like textbook little point of grass, and it was a little one, and how you can catch that little one and the next one be a 5-pounder, and I think you see a lot of that where it's not, you're not doing one thing to key on a certain size fish. And then he was talking about the weather conditions that we have, and like you might fish docks with brush at some point, but it's hard to, it's overcast, like just take a frog and a swim jig and just go all day. And like from what they're sitting with now, with it being, what, 8:15 almost, like they don't need that many bites to have a really heck of a day. So they're fishing, you know, I would say you're throwing a frog and a swim jig up in this shallow piece of river grass, like your odds of hooking. I mean, that's what you do to get a good bite. Not that you're not going to catch small ones too, but it's not like you're you know, throwing a wacky worm or a Cinco up there to try to. You're fishing for that bigger fish. And I can't believe they had that one roll of second cast, of course, and then caught a little one on that frog. I feel like it's going to happen for them. I hope it's when we're here watching. It's definitely not boring to watch, though. It's bites and it's. Another little one. Good sign, though.
They gotta get bigger.
You can only hook so many on a frog before one, like, pulls back.
We sucked off a couple fours yesterday doing this, so it's gonna happen. Just gotta be patient.
I believe it. If Kay doesn't make me move, I can just watch all of that.
Make the bites a little later too, you know. 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock yesterday, we took off a bag. That storm coming in later once that wind picks up. That's another bite when they're probably.
Y'all are 144 too. How much more times that give you in the afternoon? What?
So 3:45.
First flight's at 3?
2:30.
3:30, oh.
2:30, right? Yeah, 2:30.
Yeah, they said how the. Yeah, for them, but 144, it's, I mean, they're excited about it because they, like yesterday in practice, the afternoon bite they think is really when you're going to catch the big ones, and for them to get a real get a real late boat number, like they when we started out this morning, I don't think they weren't even fishing yet, and then for them to have a you know, decent start with a really late boat number and then get to fish in the afternoon. I like it. Yeah. I got my iPad, so I can hunt y'all down. Sometimes it takes a minute to update with service, but I'll find you. Who knows? I might follow you for the next hour, or I might get sidetracked and go off.
We had a camera on the boat, and sitting there at blast off, it just died. I called Daniel at ABT. He said they couldn't get anybody out there quick enough, so he said don't worry about it. He said y'all find us.
Yeah, we can find you.
All
right, we're gonna finish this Jack's biscuit that Darian got me. Appreciate it, Darian. Shout out to Jack's for making an awesome biscuit. We're gonna probably follow Zeke and follow them around for a minute more. Stay tuned, we're gonna go a little break. And then we'll be back with more fish catching action right here on the Alabama Bass Trail.
The Alabama Bass Trail is sponsored by Rapala, VMC, Crush City, TH Marine.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats. Built by anglers for anglers.
I leave nothing to chance when it comes to hooks. They are the most critical part of the equation.
This is truly the best hook I've ever used.
Thinner, stronger, slicker, all the pluses that you really want in a hook. That red line right in the roof of her mouth, exactly where you want to get them.
When you have the opportunity to create something good, you might as well make this great. And I think that's what we did with the Red Line series of hooks.
In the relentless pursuit of domination on the water, one name stands above the rest. TH Marine's Atlas Jackplate. The power behind champions since 2007. The driving force that propels you to victory. More winners choose Atlas. For the fisherman who demands the best, Atlas delivers. Because every move counts. More winners choose Atlas.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Y'all know what's better than one biscuit? Two biscuits. Take your pick of two handmade biscuits for just $5.55. Choose between the sausage, egg, and cheese or bacon, egg, and cheese biscuits. Ain't gotta be a math whiz to see this deal. Jack's, all about the South.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail. Stop number 4 of the North Division, Neely Henry Lake in Gadsden, Alabama. You're looking there at the Broad Street Bridge. Anglers going both north and south on this lake this morning, probably equally spread out. I know Darian mentioned a lot of times you'll see guys on the north end of the lake or the south end of the lake, but I really think today we're seeing guys equally spread out north, the central part of the lake, and then on the south end of the lake. Neely Henry has hosted the Alabama Bass Trail every year that we've been in business. This is our 11th season, and we had our championship here in 2018 where Adam Bain and Chris Colley won that event. They are out on the water today. I know they're close to Matt. Hopefully we can get to them soon to see how they're doing. I know Darian is in the area of where Mitch Mitchell, Candler McCollum are. They've won this event, and then soon Jason is going to be headed to an area where several of our other winners and past high finishers are there as well. So I know Jason is on a team now. We're going to go ahead and get back out to him. I do want to say, talked with Damian Willis, Tyler Kiger a little earlier. They do report they have 5 fish for 9 to 10 pounds. So some people were asking about them on live. We are looking for some of the other teams that you've asked about, but we're going to go ahead and get back out on the water to Jason. And Jason, who are you with, and what do they have in the boat?
I am on boat number 222, Ben Yarborough and Jody Scrimshire, and go ahead and just practice that name this afternoon, Darian. So if you need me to say it, I'll definitely come up there and say it this afternoon. Got four fish in the box. What kind of weight we got, guys?
4 pounds.
4 pounds, all right. You know, being consistent over there, that's what's important, right?
Yeah, we're barely keeping.
Did y'all start in here this morning?
Right here.
Guys are rumoring that there might have been a shot spawn going on in here. Did y'all see some of that?
For sure. For sure.
Yeah.
A little bit of fry in here, too.
Okay. So got a little post-spawn action, got a little early morning.
Up against them weeds. You got to get up there and just about touch the weed to get them to bite it. The bigger ones
funky in here. There's some good ones in here because we caught them pretty good in practice. They're awful finny.
Just got to kind of keep going around and around and around.
That's what makes me think there's some good ones in here on beds because you can go through a spot. It's like it's boats coming through here fishing it, and you come back through the third time, catch one.
Oh, get them aggravated enough they want to bite.
That's it. That or there, me and him talked earlier. We think they're cruising down through here.
Okay.
Feeding on them shad, and just coming to us, leaving, either coming to us or leaving us one.
Yeah.
We got a long day today, so
You got
thunderstorms.
You got a really long day today, so
Hopefully the thunderstorms will hold off.
yeah.
I missed that. Probably a little.
We've seen a couple fish catches this morning. It's been good. Been a little slow for some guys, but
Pretty lake.
it is. Where are you guys from?
Athens. Our home lake is Wheeler. The last
Okay,
tournament
yeah.
is our home lake. So. Kind of lines up a little bit like Wheeler in places with this old bank grass.
Got the bank grass and got the river, you know.
Got that.
How many years y'all fish ABT?
We fished it the first year. He fished with a different guy, and I fished with a different guy, and then that'd have been 14. And this is this is our only two of them we fished that year and this year.
Okay.
We decided to sign back up. Glad we did.
Well, yeah, y'all were one of the lucky ones to get in because it filled up in like 15 minutes, I think. So y'all must have been the fast clickers.
5 o'clock. I think we got up at 5 o'clock and already had everything topped in, so we could.
Well, y'all get a little priority entry to next year, and I'm assuming y'all gonna get in there next year pretty easy.
Oh yeah, we'll get in there.
Good deal.
We'll get in there. The ABT 100 fills up quick too.
It does. It does. You guys thinking of taking a run at that?
I'd like to. I like that layout, and I like the schedule for next year with
Yeah.
it being Wilson Lake, because nothing ever comes to Wilson Lake.
That's right. And that size, that group of boats, 100 boats isn't that bad at all.
Oh, that's perfect for Wilson.
It is.
You couldn't have one like this there.
Yeah. And that fishing, everybody fishing for $100,000, that's a pretty cool deal.
It is. This is the best trail in Alabama. Like I told him, there ain't a lot of trails you can pay whatever the per tournament, a couple $100, whatever, $200-300, and win 20 grand.
Yeah.
I'm glad we got it here for sure.
There we go.
Golly. No. Throw him back. 31 fish cast, but it ain't
That's
much
what
to it.
counts right there.
I knew I had one bite right there earlier. Big bite that size, but sun needs to come out a little bit.
Do you think that would make a big change if the sun came out?
I'd probably go up more. Well, been burning some of this overcast, a little bit of fog, and all that off. I think it helps. It helped what we do anyway. From what we seen yesterday, we caught some good fish. So I say good fish, some decent fish yesterday afternoon. But like I say, it was cloudy, but the sun was high.
Sun was out.
It wasn't overcast this much. It's gonna be a grind.
Neely Henry seems to always be a grind. It's kind of levels the playing field for everybody.
Good. I like it. I like it.
All right, Darren, we got some fish catching action still happening up here, and kind of had to get off of Mr. Ryan and Fisher to let them guys go kind of do their thing. They have gave us enough TV time this morning, and we bounced around a couple other guys, and we caught up with a team that had 8 to 10 pounds. So they're on their way. What you got down that way?
Well, I figure Ryan and Fisher probably were holding off for the camera, and they're probably just now heading to their good stuff now that we're gone. But we rode up the river just a little bit further to another one of these creeks. We've met up with boat number 77. No, not 77. 77. Dennis Miller, Anthony Gay, and they've got. So they got 4 fish, but he said they ain't much to speak about. And they said they've been in here all morning, and there's been a bunch of boats in here all morning, but they're slow and steady fishing the same area, and there's not any boats right now on their good stuff, he said. So seemed to be optimistic about this spot. And this is actually a spot we covered last year when I covered the Neely tournament. There was some boats in fishing the same exact stretch, and they caught some fish here too. So while we were sitting on these guys, there's a boat kind of off in the distance. They caught one. That probably put that one in the box, didn't they? It looked like a good one. These guys have got a Big Bite Baits decal on the boat, representing the ABT sponsor. I'm sure they'll be flipping a fighting frog around at some point in the day. Jason, you hear the cicadas again? I'm up solo. For the folks who didn't watch last week, it was Attack of the Cicadas all tournament. You could hear them hollering. It sounded like a train was running, and you can hear them up here too. Oh, there's another fish going on back there, a little tiny one. I'm sure y'all can definitely hear that if you're watching at home. That is the cicadas in the background. Last week I actually caught one in the parking lot, stuck it in my pocket, and showed it on live. Luke Duncan double dog dared me to eat it, and that was a little too far for me. I told him for $50 I would have probably done it, but not for just a double dog dare. For the folks at home, Miss Kay has just popped in a question that has come up on our YouTube channel, YouTube Live, and we appreciate y'all being there, was have we seen anyone scoping yet? And my answer has been no, although we did idle past a boat that was kind of back in a little sneaky spot that Willie D pointed out. He was looking at his graph. I don't know that he was necessarily scoping, but there was a little deeper spot. And I would not say that they were scoping, but it was the only guy I've actually even seen look at the graph. Most of these guys are just fishing the bank and old school fishing. I'm gonna try and snag an interview with these guys real quick. Just a couple questions. What's y'all's boat number?
154.
154. You got the pink worm out. I saw you catch one back there.
Yeah, a lot of shorts in here.
Yeah.
Having to wade through them.
Yeah. You got 5 yet?
We got one.
One keeper.
Yeah.
Bunch of short ones. It seems like that's the story of the morning. There's a bunch of small ones.
That and they want to just come up and nip at it.
Yeah.
So you set the hook and you lose half your worm.
Yeah.
So
That's always frustrating.
It's been a grind. So.
Yeah. How's practice?
Practice was good in here. We shook off probably 17 on this grass line.
A lot better than practice.
Wow, yeah. We were talking about when this lake gets practice, it gets the pressure builds up quick.
Yeah, it's a small lake for 225 boats.
Yeah.
There's a lot of dead water.
Yeah. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, not bites. In practice. In practice. Not pounds. No, just the story of short fish. Jason, we've got a couple stories of short fish, and everybody says they got 2, 3, 4 fish, but none of them to talk about. They wouldn't even hold anything up on the camera.
Well, we are on Jackson and Jack Kaiser. Guys, what kind of weight you got?
We got 2, 3 on the side. So I got 4 pounds in here.
Okay. Did y'all start in this area this morning?
We started at, I don't know if it was farther, but yeah, below Minnesota Dam.
What was working in practice?
When the jig, on the bar.
Yeah.
Been able to find a big one.
Jason, can you hear all the cicadas down where you're at?
I do, actually. I really do. I don't even hear those at my house up in Tennessee. It's really weird. I was at my mom's last weekend. It was the same way.
I haven't heard them at my house at all.
It's crazy. Like, my mom's house, it's like just as loud as it was as the Alabama River last week. But I hope they don't get any in my truck and go home and start making that noise at our house. So I would be mad.
So earlier, Jason, we were running around and saw the tracker for Candler and Mitch, who have won here in the past and always do good in pretty much every tournament they fish. And little to find out that Candler is fishing solo today. Mitch is fishing a championship of some sort in another league and or fishing trail. And so Candler McCullum is fishing solo today. And I found another angler that's fishing solo. I'm gonna pull up on him and see what he's got going on. Fishing the exact same stretch, Jason, I think, and Matt, that's something we're gonna see probably a lot today, is guys fishing the exact same stretch. I think that's the important thing when that happens is, you know, a lot of people are throwing the exact same bait, but I'm seeing the people who are fishing behind other guys are fishing slower or, you know, different cadences or different things, just trying to, if you're fishing right behind somebody, you've got to kind of do something a little bit different. And we've been seeing, like, for example, the boat that just left here, he's already 100 yards down the bank, and this guy who's behind him is fishing really slow, fishing a frog. That guy was fishing a floating worm, and they were moving pretty quickly. So I think changing your cadence up to fish behind somebody and still have confidence that they left fish for you. Something that's real important. But we'll slide up here and out. I want to talk to this guy fishing solo.
Thank you, guys.
Arnie, what's your boat number?
These guys are going to move on.
186, fishing solo. You got any so far? Got 5. First limit I've heard of all day. How much they weigh? Well, at least we got 5 though.
We got limits for days down here.
Most of them come on a frog? Yeah. That's right. Boat number 186. So are you Brandon or Kenny? I'm Brandon. Okay. Brandon Bolton fishing solo. Kenny had a honey-do list today, so he couldn't make it. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. Am I reading your numbers correctly? You got a Michigan boat? Mississippi. Wow. That was a fumble. That was a fumble.
You got me in your earbuds, Jerry.
Yeah. Well, good luck, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Good luck.
The watching Harrison himself here fish boat 45 this morning, and they had a really good day yesterday. They had a really good day yesterday in practice, and they had little ones this morning. I don't know their weight. They didn't just come out and say how many they had, and I didn't want to be that guy. But I would notice with like, I'll keep my distance, but I didn't want to just say, but I noticed with like Zeke and Kellett, they're moving around hitting mouthy pockets, just really individual little pieces of grasses. And I think, I've seen Harrison himself, and they've been on this bank for a while, which it could be a dynamite bank, and I'm totally going just on a whim here. But those guys that have that little bit of history here and are from this area know those little places, so they just basically just increasing their odds all throughout the day by stopping on little hot stretches of this Coosa River grass, little areas like Harrison was saying that he thinks a lot of them around brim beds, and I mean that's another thing that I really like targeting this time of year. I know it's popular here. It's like the shad spawn and brim spawn kind of happens about the same time, and bass could be up there for shad or the brim, or both. And I just, from here, you're hitting those little hot stretches, little targets, you're increasing your percentages, but just going down the bank, if I was just to go trolling motor 100 and fishing, you know, my odds of running into them aren't quite as good. So something throughout the day that I think is just going to play this time of year on this lake to the guys that are from here to get those little bit bigger bites. But knowing where those brim beds are, you know, typically a lot of times you'll have those brim that respond to the same areas, you know, year after year. So knowing those little places, you know, that's another reason that a little stretch of grass could be really good. By the naked eye, you can't really tell, but there'll be brim beds around it. And now with the way, like even with Garmin's and their perspective mode, now you can just see those brim beds so clearly. And if you're from here and you just have history, then you just know more of those areas. And so they've had a little bit of a slow morning, but you know, Darian mentioned the first limit he's heard of. Like I've seen, we talked to a few guys now that have a limit, and I think that I would say getting 3 of those little bit better quality bites is going to be big. I think you're going to, you know, that 12-pound range plus or minus is going to be a lot of boats. But if you get 3 of those little bit better quality bites, now you're getting that 15, 16 plus range, and now you're separating yourself. So I really feel like as the day goes on, maybe you don't have as many fish biting, but you have a better chance to get a big bite. Those fish, I think the weather today is going to change it up a lot. You know, I mean, it looked like that earlier that 11, 12 was when the storms were going to come through. We'll have to get Kay to give us a little weather update from the studio, but you don't know. I really don't know how crazy those storms are going to get, and if they're going to stick around, and it is going to be interesting to see. You know, time of day. The last tournament that I did with ABT on Smith, it was time of day mattered a lot in my mind, and I think here today too. You want to get a decent start just to calm you down, because you know as the day goes on, maybe that bite slows down, but you have a chance to upgrade. And this shallow bank grass, I think it's no secret that a lot of people are targeting on it. We got hooked up right here, back of the boat. Caught a little one right there and think that they've already gone down. So we'll check back in with Kay real quick. Kay, give us a little update on the morning.
Well, you know, you mentioned we've seen several limits. They're somewhere between that 8 and 10 pound range. You were asking about the weather. Based on weather underground, we are expecting storms to roll in about midday today, about 12 o'clock, 70% chance of rain, going up to 95% chance at 3 o'clock, with some of the heavier thunderstorms being around that 3 o'clock mark. So about the time our guys are going to start coming in, that's when the weather's going to get a little dicey out there. Wind's expected to go up to 7 miles an hour. So gonna need to catch them quick, I think.
Yes, yeah, it could get those. I mean, you're in North Alabama in the end of May, it's warming up, and the weather is always, it'll be the prettiest day ever, and then that storm will come out of nowhere and be, I mean, massive. So I think, to me, the sunshine will position those fish like up there in that grass, a little bit of shade that there is, but without the shade and the storms coming through, the pressure drops. I've seen it before too, where they just go to biting. And I think a lot of these places, it would blow your mind the amount of fish you throw past that aren't feeding, the better quality fish aren't feeding. And I think with those storms coming through, I don't know, it might be one of those deals for those late boat numbers. You start to see the weights go up as the weigh-in this afternoon keeps rolling. So it'll be interesting to see. We're gonna keep hopping around and find somebody else. Got some guy with a camera coming up behind us.
Burn past this first dock, and then we'll slow down after that.
We're gonna keep moving on down the lake, but we'll check in with y'all just a little bit.
All right, maybe when you come back, we'll have a bunch of big ones.
Sounds good. We'll go back to Kay real quick, and then we'll go find us some more fishermen that got catching some fish. And we got some progress.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio here at Coosa Landing on the banks of Neely Henry Lake. Going to answer some of the questions that we've seen here on YouTube and on Facebook. We do have the guys running to some of the teams that are known to catch them here. We have heard from Willis and Kiker earlier today. They had 5 fish. They reported they had 2 3-pounders for about, somewhere around that 9 to 10 pound mark. We will try to catch up with them again later. We are sending a team to Bradley, Jones, and Brooks Goza, another team that typically goes well here. One of the comments that seems to be rampant in the live is there's no live scoping going on. That is something that Fisher Anaya is probably one of the best at, and we've not seen him do that today. I just don't think the conditions are setting up for that. It'll be interesting later on in the day if we see guys go offshore. But right now, most everyone are back in pockets. Even when we're looking at the trackers, they seem to be back in pockets. They seem to be on shallow water grass. Nobody really out there offshore right now. I know when Matt comes back, he'll kind of go around that Minnesota Bend area. We'll see if we have guys out there. But for the most part, you're seeing docks, you're seeing shallow water grass. Guys are just not out there scoping right now. So probably 5 or 6 limits we've seen between 8 and 10 pounds. I know that Matt's going to try to catch up with Adam Bain and Chris Colley to see how they are. They won a championship back here in 2018, but they've had multiple top 10 finishes here on Neely Henry in the Alabama Bass Trail. So we're going to try to get with a lot of those anglers to kind of see where they are. A lot of those guys are sitting high in the point, so it's going to be really interesting to see how they fare. You've got a lot of Tennessee River guys. We've had 2 Tennessee River events that are sitting inside that top 9. Can they sustain down on the Coosa River? And we return back to the Tennessee River to finish this tournament, to finish this series out at Lake Guntersville on June the 22nd. I want to take just a moment. A lot of you who are watching may or may not know Mr. Terry Tucker. He is an Alabama Bass Trail angler. He is a legend on the Coosa River. He is the reigning Alabama Bass Trail champion from 2023. Won that title over on Weiss Lake. Mr. Terry is at UAB Hospital with some pretty serious health conditions right now that has taken him out of competition. We found this out last Thursday. He is still in the hospital. We ask and beg you for your prayers for Mr. Terry. We all love him. He is a dear, dear soul in the fishing industry. He is the heartbeat of the fishing industry in the state of Alabama, and we wish him all the well. Our heart and our prayers are with him this morning. He will be undergoing surgery on Monday, so please keep him in your thoughts and prayers. For those of you who are interested, we'll be here at Coosa Landing at 2:30 this afternoon for the weigh-in. It does start at 2:30. First flight's due in at 2:30. Last flight's due in at 4:30. So we expect to see a lot of bass here throughout the weigh-in, so looking forward to that. We are trying to find some of the teams that you're looking for. I know Craig Grubbs, Matt Ferguson is a team that you ask about. They won on Wheeler. They've punched their ticket to Lay Lake. We will try to find them really soon. Talking a lot about the pros that come from Alabama. There's a talk inside the YouTube chat about the lakes and how they compare to northern lakes. And unfortunately, our lakes, if you're going to compare us to Michigan, you're going to compare us to New York, you're really comparing apples to oranges. Alabama, we fish 12 months a year. A lot of people never winterize their boats. So we have a lot of fishing pressure, not only tournament angling, but from a lot of recreational anglers that come from the northern states down to Alabama when they cannot fish in their home lake. Your lakes are closed off a lot. I know the state of Michigan, their lakes are closed off for about 5 months. Just not the same, whether that is a conservation situation, regulations, different things, but we just don't have that in the state of Alabama. So comparing us to the northern area of the lake, northern area of the states, just apples and oranges. So I will, I'll speak to that. I do know there's a 3-year study going on Neely Henry. We have participated in that and offering gill samples as well as offering samplings of fish at our tournaments with the Department of Conservation in conjunction with the Auburn University Fisheries Department as well. So we're doing a lot of different things with them to try to conduct different studies on the lakes that we go to. We also complete a bait report. That's the Bass Anglers information sheet that we do every tournament that talks about the number of bass that we weigh in, spots, largemouth, smallmouth, weights, how many over 5, how many over 8, what the big fish were, what the breakdown on the fish is. So we do a lot of research working with the different conservation departments and the Department of Fisheries over at Auburn University. So just trying to talk about some of the things that we see there. I don't know that you'll see forward-facing sonar play a part in this tournament, but I have a feeling if you want to see an absolute clinic on that next, then you'll watch the June 22nd tournament at Lake Guntersville and also the June 15th tournament at Eufaula. We are winding down our season, and I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that's been in the comments, some of the things you heard online, the Alabama Bass Trail Tournament Series registration, and we did announce the schedule for 2025. Our teams that currently fish the Alabama Bass Trail, they get a 14-day priority registration, and so they don't have to worry about their spot. They're guaranteed a spot in as long as they pay their entry fee. August the 15th, it opens to the public at 5:30 a.m. Central Standard Time, and in the past 4 to 5 years, we've sold out in under 30 minutes. Very thankful for that, very thankful to those that are loyal to the Alabama Bass Trail. But first up, in just a couple of weeks, June 1st, the Alabama Bass Trail 100 schedule will go up for registration. The guys there get a 10-day priority registration, and we start off at Lake Guntersville on January the 18th, 20th. Let me pull that up for you just so that I can give you the accurate dates on that. That tournament will be January the 18th at Lake Guntersville at Goose Pond up in Scottsboro, Alabama, and then we travel down to Lake Eufaula on June the 7th for the second tournament in the 100, and then Wilson Lake on November the 1st. Very small body of water, but 100 boats will do great there. It should be a small mouth clinic. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to being on those 3 lakes on 2025 for the Alabama Bass Trail 100, and it's going to be a fun year. 2025 shaping up to be a big year on the Alabama Bass Trail. We've got guys running right now. We're going to take a minute, and then when we come back, we're going to hear from Matt Lee, BPT angler, Darian Craig. He is going to be your MC today, as well as Jason Duran on the baits that they picked prior to going on the water today, the baits that they picked that they thought anglers would be choosing today. You're looking at Coosa Landing at Neely Henry in Gadsden, Alabama. Temperature's getting up to 74 degrees today, and that matches the water temperature. We'll be back in just a few minutes to get you some more live coverage out on Neely Henry. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be right back.
Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Garmin, Power Pole, Big Bite Baits, Mountain Dew, Yamaha.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Lanners McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LannersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Things you let me see. Things you let me see.
We're a big old Southern family here, so we know how to cook. We're doing chicken sandwiches the Southern way. There's our new blackened chicken sandwich, smothered cheesy bacon, and classic Southern fried. Try them today, only at Jack's.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail North Division, stop number 4, Neely Henry Lake in Gadsden, Alabama. The graphic that you see on the screen tells you we are looking for largemouth and spotted bass, 12-inch limit on those bass. We weigh them mouth closed and tail fanned. No smallmouth in this body of water, but you're looking there at takeoff. And to me, there is no prettier sight other than seeing 225 key fobs in the box at the end of the day than to see 225 boats take off. It's an absolute beautiful experience. Even if it is overcast and sprinkling rain, it's still a pretty sight. I know that Darian is set up on Stephen McAvoy and Josh Butts. They're sitting just outside the top 9. Josh just got married last weekend, so he had to come back just a little bit early from his honeymoon to make this tournament. And then Matt Lee are with Neely Henry Hammers, Adam Bain and Chris Colley. So we're going to try to get them on live, get you up in a 2-box with Matt. He is with Adam Bain, Chris Colley, as well as Darian is with Stephen McAvoy and Josh Butts. So if you will hang on just a minute, we're going to go ahead and get those guys up and see what they've got in the boat and hopefully give you some secrets. Darian?
Miss Kay, I saw Josh Butts as I was running down the river. He was doing jumping jacks on the front deck. I don't know what they caught, but it looked big. And as soon as we got the cameras rolling, they caught another one out of the back of the boat. Rumor is Josh did not even want to leave the saltwater fishing and catching redfish, but he had to. Yeah. So let's talk about bass fishing a little bit. What's going on? Well, y'all got any fish so far?
Got about 15 and a half.
Really?
Yeah.
Pounds?
Yeah.
You're not messing with me. Whoo! Ladies and gentlemen, this show has taken a little turn here. Boat number 5. Looky here, looky here. Give us something for the camera, something fun. Penalty, sir.
Oh man, I don't need to be sitting down now. They're biting too good.
They're biting good. So how many fish you caught?
What, 15, 20?
Wow.
It's been good.
It's been good, he says. 15 and a half pounds. You weighing them or eyeballing them?
We just got for a weigh.
Okay.
It says he said it says 16.
Ladies and gentlemen, this will be, for the viewers, we've just upped our price to $7 to watch.
$7.
This is a $7 now paid programming.
Those trout and redfish got me pumped up. He choked it. Yeah, this may be the most y'all seen here in a while. We were surprised.
really. Stephen practiced fish all week. And he said, what, 11 pounds may get a check, 10 pounds may get a check?
The grass bite, it seemed like you catch a lot of little fish. Lay my eyes on the big fish.
That's what we've seen all morning.
Big catch in you, big, but it's also.
That's what we've seen all morning.
Just seemed like if you got two of those big bites in the grass, you're okay.
So the tractor shows y'all been around this area pretty much all day? Are y'all gonna go mess around in the grass, or are you gonna?
Ran in the grass a little bit, caught a couple decent ones. But
Yeah.
man, there's just so much boat out.
Yeah.
Once somebody hits it, it's like you're confident, and then everything goes downhill big time.
So 15.5 pounds, you got a big one, or you got all pretty much same size?
All pretty much same size.
Yeah.
Yeah. This one.
Hot off a wedding, congratulations.
Thanks, buddy. It's that good luck wedding charm.
Yeah.
Get rejuvenated at the beach.
Yeah. So Ms. Kay is got a question from YouTube asking about water temp and water clarity. Water temp still about 74? 74 has been the water temp pretty much everywhere we've been on the Gadsden and above area. And water clarity, I would say it's what you expect after a week of a little bit of rain here and there. It's not, I wouldn't call this muddy. It's definitely not clear, but it's just got that stain that you expect on Neely. I mean, it's I don't know, a couple inches of visibility.
Later on in the afternoon, it's going to be blown out up here.
Yeah, you think?
When people start moving, it just gets blown really good.
So you heard it from the man. He says once the boats get going in and out, it's going to have it muddied up, but it's not too bad right now. I don't know what Matt Lee. I think we've got Matt Lee on the box, and he's not in yet. He's hunting around. I don't know where he's at, but there's Mark and Tim. They look like they just left Buffalo Wild Wings, grabbed them a bite to eat, and they're gonna head on back. I'm joking about that, but me and Trey Swindle did do that once upon a time. I filmed a YouTube video. We parked right here. We weren't catching any fish, and me and Trey went and got some Buffalo Wild Wings right here on the river. No, we don't have them pulled up yet, but Jason Duran is on a local favorite team. We're going to try to get him here in a second. Matt is searching for cell service, and we're all. Jason, I've got a Butts and McAvoy show out going on right now. They caught a couple right as they pulled up, and he said they got about 15.5 or 16 pounds.
You know, Miss Kay is going to fire me for saying this, but it sounds like they got a buttload over there, you know? So.
They do have a buttload. Plural, butts.
So, you know,
butts load, he said.
Butts load. So here we go. We are on Willis and Kiker here, and they got about 10 pounds. Just doing the same thing we've seen everybody else doing today.
Well, these guys are not. These guys are on the river, and there's several. I mean, just looking up and down the river, when we ran back down, there was several guys fishing on the river, but we hadn't seen any fish catching until we got to this group.
You know, this hazy weather's kind of set in. You know, I thought maybe the sun might have broken through before we got some of this rain, but I'm not completely sure now. We're not going to get any sunshine at all today.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Some guys have been wanting it and hoping for it, but so what is, Josh Butts, what's the key to them right now catching what they've caught?
At the moment, they're just fishing Main River riprap right now, and they got a little topwater action and a shaky head, it looks like, and they're catching fish on both. Josh has got so many fans driving by, hollering at him. He's a local superstar.
He does have a fan club for sure. He definitely has a fan club.
Yeah.
Are y'all fishing like on the road, or you're like right beside the white line?
He's throwing right on the dotted line. This is a 4-lane road. He's casting up on the dotted line, and a lot of times the bites will come right before he gets to the shoulder. Right at their, he said right at the crossing lines where they bite. And a lot of times if that red light turns, as soon as the red light turns green, often that's when they'll get fired up.
Yeah. Listen to what I hear in the background. It sounds like y'all are...
He said the green light stands for go.
Okay. That's one thing Josh Butts has never been, is that short of conversation. I mean, if you need somebody to talk to, you can just always call him. He will. He'll definitely give you something to talk about.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna sneak in close for one question, and then I'm gonna roll out and I'm gonna let these guys do their thing. It's no secret. I'm not gonna get into the secret stuff. My question is, you've got the weight that some people are saying will take the win. What did y'all think? First question is, what do you think it'd take to win? Before right now, what were y'all thinking it would take to win? 18 to 20. So yeah. So the second part of the question is, knowing that realistically you're in the range that you need to be, probably need to make another coal or two. Do you change up what you're doing? Are you nervous? Are you pressure? Or you just keep fishing?
No pressure, just keep fishing. We just missed a 4.5 5-pounder while ago.
Jeez. Yep. And that fish was missed doing the same thing? Heard that. Well, Jason, there you go. I'm going to leave these guys alone.
Oh, man.
Yeah, man. You too, sir. Hey. And Willie D.
Hey, I forgot about
Willie.
Willie got that.
I mean, I know it.
Oh, Darian. Well, we are sitting here with Willis and Kiker, sitting on 10 pounds, just off the river. Little pocket here, fishing that bank grass, running that swim jig. Kind of moved upriver from the spot where we just were earlier, and did see the beginnings of some guys just starting to move around a little bit. You know, that morning bite's kind of dying down a little bit, getting closer to that 9 to 10 o'clock hour, and that's usually when we begin to see guys kind of move around to some of their secondary stuff. So a lot of boats are running. Just had a boat stop across the river right here just now. Got a couple boats in the pocket they were in. Just fishing. Starting to get a little drizzle here now. Matt, I know you've been bouncing around a little bit. I know you probably caught up with another team by now. Who you got on this time?
Yeah, so I saw Adam Bain and Chris Colley on a spot. I went back, talked to them. They were leaving when I got there. Followed them to their next spot. Then didn't have cell signal, so couldn't update. And I was just moved around until I got enough service. Now we're back on with Ty Cox and Cameron Gottney that are actually moved back to where we were with them this morning. And I'm going to go up there and get an update from them in just a second. But Adam Bain and Chris Colley, like, we expect them to do really well in this deal. But they have had, Ty's hooked up. No, I must have come off. They said they had a tough morning. I think they have 4. They were boat 196, and they made a couple stops this morning. It sounded like they were hopeful to take advantage of that shad spawn early and didn't, and it really set them back. And it's starting to get a little bit more crowded here, and we're in the back of Canoe Creek again. And they stopped on a couple patches of grass and fish, and you know, I would say they're hopeful, but really disappointed in the morning. I think when we left Kellett and Zeke Gossick, they'd had that good start with a late boat number, and so now they can calm down and fish and look for a couple upgrades, where Adam Bain and Chris Colley had a slow morning, so now they're still just a few bites away from having a really great day, but just
what's going on, so we're going to sneak up there and get update from them. But Jason, what are you up to now? What part of the lake?
Well, we're still kind of fishing along the river here. I noticed, I looked at the tracker, and we left our AOI leaders earlier and just kind of giving them a little space. They had lost a couple fish, and still had a great attitude about everything, but I think they were just in the beginnings of just trying to, missed a fish there. Just in the beginnings of trying to go catch a fish, trying to put 5 in the box. They had 2 in the box and we left them. But I do look at the tracker here and I do see that they said they were headed to Canoe Creek, and I look in there and I see that they're, at the mouth of Canoe Creek right there. So they are headed your way as well. So we got both. All right, we got a fish on right here. Gonna be a little one, but it could be a keeper, but they've got 5. So maybe just gonna call this one straight out. Not mess with it. Yep. Call that one out the back. Just kind of fishing the bank here, mixed in grass with clay bank. Flipping the grass, running a swim jig. So as we look at the AOI leaderboard, Adam Bain and Chris Carley are sitting in 16th place, and well within that opportunity to make a move with a good, successful day today, and some of those other guys stumble a little bit.
I saw those.
Matt, looks like
the two biggest
these guys
rolls
are gonna
first
head out
thing
here.
didn't get it, just missed it. Then the little ones hooked. Got to get the pliers. Yeah, it was.
Go back over there. He flips on the boat dock. He's swimming off with his beaver 3 times. It comes off. Then he throws a swim jig up the mat. Another 3 or 4 pounder. Pulls up on it and sticks it. We've done something.
Holy cow.
We've done. We should have 14 pounds.
Holy cow.
We've done something bad.
I know that one that jumped off over here this morning, like, I was a good ways away in the roll when it came up and ate it. I was staring at your, like I seen it come up and roll on, and I was like, oh. Like 3rd time it friggin' jumps, it just throws it.
We're about to go try to catch spots now.
That's like literally every little bite you had was hooked up.
Yeah.
Every bite that was a little bit size to it came off or didn't get it.
We got the bites to come in here to get. We couldn't get them in the boat.
Yeah, I was like right out there, and I didn't have service to even go update or whatever, and I was like, well, I seen y'all come back here. I was like, I'm gonna see if maybe they pull back over here and they're 3, 4 pounders eat it. And then I seen you go. And I was like, like getting more crowded back here too.
It's like I told you at the hotel last night, dude. Yesterday morning, this morning, I know, you think with it being cloudy, it would have made the shad spawn better.
Yeah, there was a lot of shad skipping around and stuff, but it was, yeah.
We're gonna run down.
And then as soon as you pick the poles up, move the boat around, and throw back the first 2 casts in that same spot, you got a bite. You've been throwing there for 10 minutes. Like,
I don't know. We're about to go try to salvage points.
Catch them up.
See you, buddy.
Well, we have made our way up just a little ways from Josh Butts, and we've made our way to boat number 75, Bradley Jones, Brooks Goza, and they're fishing right above the ramp in a pocket that probably anybody who's ever fished this lake at some point in time has been in this pocket, just because it looks cool. It looks like, it looks like there's fish in here, and everybody's fished at some degree. You've been in this pocket before, just because it's unique. A really old, broken up, busted up dock that looks like if you were a 6-pounder, you'd live somewhere in this chaos. And these guys are, I don't know if we can give them legend status. I would probably say they're legend status on this lake, but certainly spent a lot of time and years on this body of water and know it as good as anybody. And they're fishing it real slow. A little jig action, swimming something, pitching something. Probably not too happy that we're in here with the camera, but when you are a certified bass snatcher, like both of these guys are, and you have a tracker on you, and Miss Kay says go find them, it is our duty to go find them. And we haven't been able to talk to them yet or ask them any fish questions, so if y'all have got any fish questions we'd like us to ask when they make their way out, we'll try to see if we can get some answers for you. Y'all put them in the comment section down below. if you're on live on Facebook or on YouTube. We appreciate it. Yeah. What y'all got? Two little bitty ones. How was practice?
It's tough, but it was good.
Yeah. So his answer was, it was tough, but it was good. Now, it's always a mysterious answer. So in my opinion, tough but good means it was tough to get bites, but it was good because when he got bites, around, I don't want to chase him into that pocket just because it's a real small one, but I'm going to ask him if he thinks the morning bite was better or if the afternoon bite was better in practice. Boat number 75, he'll have a, what do we got here? We got us a little jumper, little baby jumper. They're boat number 75, so they'll be the last flight to weigh in. They'll be the last boat to weigh in and the third flight. That's 3 o'clock weigh in, so they don't have quite as long as some of those later flights. So I'll be anxious to hear if that's concerning for them or when the bite window was. We're starting to get a little drizzle. Jason. Welcome back to the party.
Thank you, sir. Chris Blackwood and Larry Melvin. Guys making changes, let's just say that. You said you just put everything back in the box and made a change. What was working this morning? You caught 2 fish so far, though.
Shake your head.
Shake your head. Now it looks like we're going to go wacky worm and swimming jig. What we got? A little fluke, okay. Gonna mix it up here in the grass again. Where y'all from, guys?
Block County.
Blount County?
Cleveland, Alabama.
Cleveland, Alabama. Did y'all spend much time in practice?
4 or 5 days.
It's changed a little bit since then, hasn't it?
What?
Just kind of working that fluke through the grass there. You can see it kind of bouncing and popping along. This guy's got, he said, 2 12 inches in the box. Been a struggle, they said this morning. Just been a few days in practice. Mr. Melvin just sat down, said, just changed everything up. Put everything you had in the box and reloaded all the rods with something different. Get out of swim jig now. Make that long cast back into the grass. So you can see the grass up shallow is a little thicker. And then as it moves out, it kind of thins out down that bank. So it's a pretty sandy pocket right in here, clay. It's got kind of a nice little pocket here just off the main river. Little cuts kind of move in and out. I've seen a few different anglers in the area. Good deal. fish catch there. Little small one. Probably not gonna keep. We're gonna measure it anyway. Guys, we put one on the board, it was short. These guys are scrambling a little bit, trying some new stuff. So I think, Matt, I think you've caught up with our AOI leaders down there in Canoe Creek. The Nias, tell us what's going on with those guys. We left them a little earlier and they only had a couple fish.
Yes, I just rolled up to them and Fisher's scoping them, and so I'm not gonna get too close because I don't have an update yet. I don't want to. When I pulled up to them, they were fumbling around the back. I don't know if it was live wells or the batteries or something, or maybe just grabbing a Jack's biscuit out of the back. I'm not sure, but see if we can. I see Ryan looking over at Fisher, staring at the screen, throwing at fish, probably crossing his fingers that one of them decides to bite. I don't know, I'm trying to keep my sonar off, so I really don't know how deep we're sitting, but I don't want to, if I turn mine on and give like interference on his, so I'm kind of creeping up a little bit closer, see if we can get an update here in just a second.
Matt, while you're sliding up there, I found Mark McKeag and Tim Hurst. While you're sliding up to them, I'll give a quick update. I found Mark McKeag and Tim Hurst. They slid in a little pocket right here by the ramp, and we slowly trolled in behind them, and Tim caught one in a laydown, just a little one, probably, I don't know, 10-incher maybe. But they're doing their normal 1-2 approach. Mark's throwing a topwater bait in the front, and Tim's flipping something in the back.
What's the word, you hammers?
We got 7 pounds and just jumped over the boat.
Yes!
Go back to grass here in a little bit.
Jumped off of 4.
On a jerk bait.
Huh.
I seen it coming right up, and I told him, I said, reel, 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 reel. And it went kadoosh, spit it out. That's like a 12-pounder.
Golly. I tried to cover up my mic. I didn't want to interrupt Darian and give an update on Mark and Tim, but they Ryan hollered at me and they got maybe like 7 pounds, but it just jumped off a 4-pounder on a jerk bait, and I guess that's probably why. And the fisher, you could tell one was really looking like it was going to bite there just a second ago and didn't commit to it. He was getting ready to set the hook, and it didn't bite. He said they're out here off the bank now, off a long point, popular area, probably fishing brush paw, if I had to guess, or just the edge. And they're not moving the boat. Fish are throwing the same spot, and he's throwing the fish every cast. So they're throwing it some, but he said he bit a jerk bait, and as soon as he bit it, threw it, and I mean it was a good one. So that stings a lot, but they're, yeah, I think they want to go back to the grass. They were hoping to go up here and get a good bite and capitalize on it, and they got a bite. Weren't able to. What in the world is that going on here?
Y'all got an air show down there? Sounds like we're in Vietnam.
I mean, you talking about me? I thought this...
Yeah, it sounds like y'all are in Vietnam.
Well, yeah, because
Any morning
somebody
update?
decided to split me and...
Yeah.
Somebody decided to split me and Fisher and Ryan.
Missing
right here
fish
in
or
the
just no
middle of the
bites?
lake.
Yeah. One of the best. I got one of the best. River rat.
Darian told me, I think he was talking to me, he said it sounded like Vietnam in the mic. It probably sounded like it was a airplane. It was a...
Good luck.
About to get run over.
Was it a boat?
No, that was just somebody out here fishing. Was that your buddy?
Do what?
Was that your buddy?
I don't know who it was. I guess we're friends now.
Thought there was an emergency or something.
I thought he'd come over here to talk to us.
I know. What in the world?
I mean, he didn't go around. He went in between.
Oh my gosh.
If we can get these fish to fire, you can catch a sack right here. They're very small.
I can tell you around a lot just because of the fact Fisher hadn't moved the boat since I pulled up. And I know he's not out there throwing it space.
We're fishing one stump right here.
That's what I said. It's got to be a brush pile. I didn't know a stump would have that many on it, but.
There's a little brush and a couple of stumps. There ain't many right here.
There's like a group of 5 or 6 on each one. They're all like 3 pounds.
They're all big.
Yeah, so I said his brush pile's wrong. He says a stump, and they're like, there's a group of little of stumps, a little hard spot, and they, yeah, there's fish on them, and no doubt he knows what fish look like, and he just get them to fire, and it's, gosh, he's thrown at that same spot now for a minute. Twice he was just about to set the hook. Frustrating. That's what comes with territory of staring at him. A lot of times when you're fishing for them, you like bring it over their head and twitch it and get one to bite. It's almost like you're fishing a jerk bait, you know, a little bit of twitching it gets a reaction out of them where they just turn and eat it maybe and they don't want to. That boat messed me up. I didn't know that did my other airport. Got me all kinds of things. Call for backup. There had to be some kind of high percentage spot and be throwing in the same, making the same cast over and over.
y'all come in, kind of just go on this outside.
Yeah. Oh.
I don't know who won.
Yeah, that was me. He just had one bottom right there. Gosh, you see him so much too. Like he's throwing like a fluke style bait, and so much that it's glass out here right now. It's hard to get them to react, and when they do react, it's unreal how one can nip at it and you feel him and nothing. Come on, fish, load up on the big one. So calm, I bet that sucker was glowing.
Next month when that biggie come off.
Yeah. He said the next one up, so when the big one came off of. Fisher up there, he looked like little Jordan Lee, little bean ball. Little skinny fish catching machine. Brian's trying to talk to me. Please, Brian. Please, Brian. Brian, I'm surprised you don't have that co-angler mount in the back where you can just spin your little, have it hanging off your pole and you can just spin your little deal.
I just sit out here and Tommy swimming and I just drag.
That's deadly at times.
Oh yeah.
Deadly.
I wish you could see these fish. I mean, they are blistering up on this thing and they just turn right back down.
Gosh. Well, I didn't even know how deep I'm sitting. I turned it off because I knew it'd get interference on it. Or
We got another little set similar to this. Not far from here. We caught a 2.5 off of it. Then we glide baited a big one. It never bit it, but it come out of there and showed it. We're gonna go try to catch it sometime.
see he's got a couple more places that it. One he caught one out of, one he had one that kind of showed itself like. So I imagine it's tough too because you didn't have a morning that you really wanted to have, and then you're out here fishing targets, like isolated targets that you're seeing them sitting there. You're one fish turning, turning a split instant on a bait from changing your whole day. Like he said, how many of them sitting up there? It says about 12 feet deep. And every cast that he's throwing that fish. And you can, I mean, it's probably harder to get him to bite, but easier to target him. You can tell that, like, fishery never, you can tell he knows what he's doing too, because he never makes an errant cat. I mean, you don't ever see him, like, cast out there and burn it back in because he didn't make a good cast. He's throwing 60, 80 feet in front of the boat and hitting it exactly where he means to every time. Soda on it. That's one trick that I don't know the scientific reasoning on the lactic acid or whatever it is, but some kind of soda, Mountain Dew, Red Bull, like it'll clot those fish up quick. And that's what we just did right there. Crazy how good that looks. I think that was number 5. We'll see if we get rid of him. He said 7 pounds, he might have a limit. Yeah, he's cold. We're going over to Darien, I think, for an update. What you thinking, Darien?
Wrong river. They said they got 2 little ones. I think I know the answer to this question, but I'm still going to ask it. Is there any translation of fishing from the Tennessee River to the Coosa River? Is there any benefit? It's totally different.
I think it's killing me.
Current? Yeah.
There's a few in this grass. They just seem to probably fix it. We did catch a pretty good turtle while ago. He actually did it.
Nice. What did he bite?
Sea craw, probably about a, 20, 25 pound turtle.
Nice.
We rolling?
Yeah, we probably need to head downriver and try to at least get a limit and then
Yeah.
come back to this.
Don't worry about us.
Yeah, we're just gonna give this about 20 more minutes.
Yeah.
Give it a whirl.
Yeah.
We got a few spots downriver, but they may not have nothing on them either.
Well, these guys said this morning there was 8 boats on this stretch, and now there's ain't but 2, and now there ain't gonna be but 1. He said, I think we've learned our lesson. Well, good luck, guys.
Hey, appreciate it.
This afternoon, too.
Yeah, man.
May start by.
That's right. All right, well, Jason, we pulled up on Donnie and Tony, and now they're rolling, so I'm going to throw it over to you.
Well, I'm pulling up on Pitts and Engle, and you know, if your boat wrap says fish Neely Henry Lake, I'm going to guess you've been here before.
I've been here in better times.
But I mean, you got 5 fish, right?
No.
Come on now.
We got 2.
2 5-pounders?
No, two little bitty ones.
Well, I saw on the tracker you kind of hung out in that last spot for a little while.
Yeah, we were getting bit. We had to stop, throw plastics on them, but they just wouldn't take it. They hit it and just drop it. So I think we're around some fish.
Yeah.
We're just not doing it yet. We're going to stay with it. I had to put that very one down. I didn't see it.
Kind of maybe let them rest and go back to them later.
Yeah, it's, you know, all week I've not had a good practice, and it's been catching some little fish, but right now, today, it's just, I don't know, it just hadn't felt right. I mean, something's going on. Had a couple of shad spawns that we fished through, never got bit in them, so I think it's just trying to find a few fish that want to eat.
Yeah.
We're just going to keep moving.
Keep your head down and keep going.
That's all you can do.
Neely Henry is still a great lake.
It is. It's a good fishery. Like I said, it's just that time of year.
Yeah.
You know.
It always seems to be the
Somebody
lake.
will still have them today.
It does. It always seems the lake where somebody has them, and it kind of levels the playing field for everybody else.
Right. But maybe she'll wake up here in a little bit.
I got faith. Lee Pitts the arm, as he's often called, and doing a great job this morning. You know, just said he had a tough practice, really. You know, kind of fished through some shad spawn, and like he said, like we've been talking about today, it's kind of in a post-spawn condition. Shad spawn's kind of going away. The weather conditions, all those kind of things, just add a little extra pressure to the fish today. And the teams that are able to get out here and really capitalize on their practice and make some of those changes to keep up with the fish is going to be the difference. They were on the spot. He said, you know, we just really kind of threw everything at them. I know the fish are there. They're just not biting. So we kind of moved down here. The tracker showed me that they've been there an hour or so more on that previous spot, and they just showed up on this spot right here. Doing some of the same things we've seen other teams doing this morning, fishing that bank grass with a swim jig. Lee Pitts with 2 fish in the box, and you know we got a lot of teams out here we're going to keep catching up with later today, and we want to take just a quick break right here. You guys, you know, if you're running through the Jack's drive-through, grab us all another biscuit, and we'll be right back. More action from the Alabama Bass Trail and Neely Henry Lake.
The Alabama Bass Trail, brought to you by Halo Fishing, Net Bait, Bait Fuel, Snag Proof.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
Let's go!
Ooh, I love it.
Let's go. I think we should get some more.
Let's go!
And she got it good too, T-boned it.
Let's go.
I love it.
Cheers. Let's go.
Hey, Mama.
Hey, baby, how you doing today? We're a big old Southern family here, so we know how to cook. We're doing chicken sandwiches the Southern way. There's our new blackened chicken sandwich, grilled fresh with a bold blend of spices, smothered cheesy bacon, and classic Southern fried. These make Mama proud, so bring your family
So good.
to meet our family. Blackened, cheesy bacon, or classic. Try your favorite chicken sandwich today. I'm Mary Bonner, and I'm all about the South.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio here on the banks of Neely Henry Lake. And there you go, your military and first responders 10% off at Academy. You can scan the code there, and it is available on academy.com as well as in store. And also, if you will text the word ABT to 22369, you can opt in for a 10% off as well. Again, that is to 22369. Text the letters ABT to get a code for 10% off in store and also on academy.com. I know that Darian and Jason are still on teams. Looks like Matt is still following Ryan Anaya and Fisher Anaya, your current Angler of the Year leader. So we're going to go ahead and get back out to them on the water so that they can update you. We'll try to get an update from Josh Butts and Stephen McAvoy too. They report they have 15.5 pounds. That would be the unofficial leader today if that stands.
Hey, I did just pass Stephen and Josh, and Josh just, you can't hardly tell with him because he's always in such a good mood that it's a little false advertisement, because he would be in the good mood if he had 0 fish or if he had 16 pounds. But we did see them leave the spot we saw them catching all those fish in, so they were making a move. It didn't look like they were going very far, but they were on the big motor and making a little run. So we've caught back up with the Pretty Boat of the Year leaders right now. They're leading the points in that division, and they've said they got 4 fish now. They've got a 4-pounder, he says. No, 3-pounder. 3-pounder, he says. So that's obviously a really good one for the day. And again, for the folks at home, if you don't know the Phoenix package, if you don't get the Chrome logo package, I don't even know if you've got a Phoenix. I can't even tell, honestly. If you have the other, I don't know what the other color is. I don't even know they got another color. Just get the Chrome package. And this one here is the sharpest. They must have waxed it this morning. All black. You got some silver pinstripes and that bright red main stripe. That is a Garmin rig. I mean, pretty as it gets. Jason, I don't have a ton of fishing update. We've been sitting on these guys, slow and steady for them, but I know y'all got something going on the lower end.
We're just sitting here with Pitts and Engel, and he seems a little frustrated, I guess. He actually did just set the hook on a fish and missed it. I don't know how big it was or anything like that, but it was a fantastic hook set. Said the area that they were fishing just before we went to break, they spent about an hour and a half there, a little more, and just really said, we know the fish are here, and we're going to keep throwing fish stuff at him. He said, he had to put the ferry wand down after he went through all his baits, and I couldn't get him to bite. He said it was on the tail end of a shad spawn. Just really feel like the fish are kind of in just a different mode right now. I mean, he is Mr. Fish Neely Henry himself, and does a lot of guiding up on Weiss, crappie fishing, so knows the lake really well. He's a guy that I'm going to come cover up the lake, and you'll expect him to know what's going on. There's a good, perfect hook set just on time. And broke off. Oh, it come unhooked. Wow, man. I mean, I wouldn't, no way say that he would have lost that fish. That was a perfect hook set. And he just said that's about the way it's been this morning. You can't keep them hooked up. So 2 hook sets almost back to back here. They're around the fish, and that's what he said. You know, I know we're around the fish. Just getting them to stay hooked up now seems to be a problem. So that would have been 2 fish added to their already 2 fish to give them 4. Just fishing this grass. Looks like he's got a dark swim jig. Or it may be a dark crawl bait. It's kind of hard to tell from this angle. Fishing a swim jig around boat docks. All right, Matt. You know, we're just going to go around the horn here. I think it's your turn to jump in here and kind of give us an update from the Canoe Creek area. What's going on, bud?
Yeah, still here with Fisher and Ryan, and watched Fisher catch cold once, small, and then caught a couple little ones. And I think it's safe to say, like, everything I've seen today is it's not. It makes it tough because it's not like you're targeting one size. Like this same area, they lost a 4-pounder. You can't. There's not just only good ones. It seems like no matter what you do on Neely right now, you can get a bite. You generate bites to do a lot of things, and then you can get a big bite. It's kind of just picking your poison as far as what you want to do. I mean, we've seen them in the dirt, catching them, and then we've seen mid-depth, seen that grass a little bit deeper, and now we're out here and they're scoping 12, give or take, foot range, and you know, catching little ones, keepers, and then jumping off the big one. It's just, and I imagine for them, you don't know what, they're probably battling that same deal too. Like, do they go shallow and you can get in the grass, or stay out here and get bites? So looking at a bunch of fish, you just need just a couple of them, the right ones to bite right here. You change around in a hurry. I know when you catch a little one, even the little one, he says the hook, you can't tell it's little. And I know that they know, as much as Fisher does this, like he knows like what he's looking at, how big they are. I mean, he's not far from getting a couple right by. I keep thinking that they're just fishing isolated targets. You see that a lot with the way that forward-facing sonar is now. You can target like individual stumps, see how many fish are sitting on them. With it being as calm as it is, it probably makes them not quite as aggressive, but also they are literally, like, they have not moved hardly at all, and they can sit still and really, I mentioned before, like Fisher hasn't got one. Looked like it was. Yeah, that one helped. Another one of the same size. Like, I know it's not probably not what they're giant before, but every little bit helps this deal. And just the confidence to not catch another just baby. They get something you might get cold with, you know. Yeah, He's catching on fluke style bait. I would say he's throwing like a quarter, a little bit heavier head, 5-inch bait. You're just trying to get those fish to come up to react. You just swing that bait by, popping his rod tip, trying to get them to just. I mean, they're getting us. It's just, it's crazy. I talk about them nipping at it, and they just put Mountain Dew on that fish too. So, I mean, he is not just letting them eat it. As soon as they bite it, he said, look, that's 2 in a row that got the bait deep enough that they're starting to bleed. Wayne, and we'll see if it helps. Yeah, looks like it's going. Looks like it's going to help. When he's using that follow scale, tell him which look like immediately and whether it holds or not. See that?
Here comes the rain. Well, Darren, it is starting to rain on this end of the lake, and I can kind of see the sunshine shining a little bit on your end, but it is definitely. You know, this rain may make them bite. You know, a little change in conditions may make them turn on a little bit. If we're looking for some change, we're about to get it.
Maybe it's for the better.
Maybe it's what I'm saying. It can't do much, right? It can't get much worse sometimes. You just.
Maybe it's for the better. Like I said, these fish, I just don't think they really want it. They'll come up and show themselves. Just not keeping a hold of it. Sometimes, you know, a lot of guys give up on this shallow stuff here, but on the Coosa, and especially Neely, Midday, sometimes they'll roll back up in this stuff and try to feed them.
Got one. Maybe a little. Just on cue, as Lee was saying, you know, a lot of guys will give up on this shallow stuff. They're able to pull one out of it. For them at this point, every fish in the box is important. They got 2 short ones, and that one's not going to make it. That's frustration. Well, guys, as the blast off starts, as you can see this morning, we had a fantastic 225 boats taken off. We are going to do the Bush Light wrap up when we come back from this break, so don't go far. You'll get to hear everything that we've seen this morning. So take a little break right here, and we'll be right back from the Alabama Bass Trail, North Division at Neely Henry Lake.
The Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw Webb Chevrolet, and by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you?
Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink.
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Welcome to Minnow King.
We're gonna have what he's had. Yeah, throw me in a Ned BLT too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down. Quit feeding so much.
Oh, yeah, man, I'm trying to, man.
If you overfeed him, he's gonna hide under a log.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Orton, Head Fury. Let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Hey, Mama.
Hey, baby, how you doing today? We're a big old Southern family here, so we know how to cook. We're doing chicken sandwiches the Southern way. There's our new blackened chicken sandwich, grilled fresh with a bold blend of spices, smothered cheesy bacon, and classic Southern fried. These make Mama proud, so bring your family
So good.
to meet our family. Blackened, cheesy bacon, or classic. Try your favorite chicken sandwich today. I'm Mayor Bonner, and I'm all about the South.
Every morning before an Alabama Bass Trail tournament, we decide to get our analyst on the water, Darian Craig, Matt Lee, and Jason Duran this week to talk about baits that they feel like may play an important role in the tournament that day. And here's a little clip from that filming this morning.
We are live on Neely Henry this morning, and when I go to Neely, I got two things in mind. I always start out with this big mind, I'm gonna catch a bunch of big ones. So I'm gonna go swim jig, and this is cleanup crawl, green pumpkin, blue pearl. Just a pretty little natural. I'm swimming a jig, but then I'm gonna get me two good ones, and I'm gonna have to go out on the river, spot fish. I'm going Ned BLT after that, throw a little Ned rig around, try to catch a couple keeper spots to fill out the limit.
Sounds like a plan to me. I mean, that here in just a little bit, I'm going to go for BLT myself, and I think both largemouth and spotted bass definitely going to play in this one. Exciting to see how it's going to shake out.
Yeah, man.
If you're coming to Neely Henry and you're not throwing a swim jig, are you even fishing?
No.
You know, so we got a little bit of a kamikaze swim on here, you know, so that right there gives me a little more tentacles out there, but then I'm going to slow it down because I'm going big fish. Like you, I'm going to get out of those pockets, get out there on the river. We're going to throw a little bit bigger. We're going to throw the trick stick.
Like it.
So really looking for those largemouth bite today. I think that's going to be the key if you have a big largemouth bite today.
That's right.
We're going to get it done. And this morning we did a lot of breakdowns of what was going to be used in baits. Well, now we're going to take a little bit of a bush light breakdown and let you see what actually happened on the lake today. We're going to go area by area and let you know what all we saw. So this morning we started out first thing this morning. We ran out with Ryan Anaya and Fisher Anaya, and they are leading the AOY. After a great finish at our last event, they're sitting atop the leaderboard right now with a small little lead there. And we stopped with them first thing right on the side of the river, and they kind of just ran down a little grass area, and they fished that grass area pretty hard, and they jumped to another area and fished it pretty hard, and then they came back and they caught a fish. So we followed them along, and we worked our way down river, and they just hit one fish here and one fish there, and they got into the back of a pocket where the shad spawn was really going on. And actually, after talking to a couple other teams in there, we realized that we were just at the end of the shad spawn and had just ended. And we actually talked to Chris Duckett and Donovan Williams, who fished in there to start with and didn't leave the area. And when we got on them, they had 10 pounds, where Fisher and Ryan were just starting to catch fish and really missing a lot of fish through that. So we moved on down the lake, and we caught up with Jack and Jackson Kaiser. They had 2 fish, and then eventually we caught up with Willis and Kiker, and they had 10 pounds. And that 10-pound range is going to be kind of where, you know, that's going to be the check line probably. And we just got back here with Lee Pitts, and he was our only fish catch a couple years ago here on live, and he just caught another fish just before we went on live here. He's been bouncing around trying to catch up and see what's happening in his area. He's got an area that he's waiting to head back to. He said he threw everything at it and they just didn't want to bite. He said they're really kind of short striking today, and we've seen that as we've been fishing, you know. And Matt, catch us up with what's been happening in your area. I know you eventually caught up with our AOY leaders as well.
Yeah, it's been an exciting morning here on Neely Henry. We went down to Canoe Creek, which is a popular creek. Anybody familiar with Neely, you've got the river city part, the upriver section, and then you have the downriver, and the most popular creek, I gotta say, is Canoe Creek. And fishing in here, really didn't know how the morning was gonna shake out. We started way back in the creek, really shallow, with a couple guys, Ty Cox, Cameron Gottney, that were fishing a shallow bar, shad spawn type deal with a topwater. We saw a mix of that. You know, you can target the shad spawn doing that in the back of the creek. Also went to the main lake. Saw Randy Tolbert out there fishing seawalls, riprap, still targeting the shad spawn. A lot of guys looking to transition this afternoon into the grass. We got weather coming in. So I still think it feels like we've been out here for a day and a half almost. We still have a lot of the day to come. We have, I think the grass bite, that shallow bite, is going to play huge. Everybody's doing it. Who's going to be in the right areas when it happens? And then with that storm front, we're expected about 3 o'clock. It's when a lot of guys are due in. That's going to change things up too. There's a lot to happen still in this day. Alabama Bass Trail, Neely Henry, has not disappointed, and it's fish catches all over. We were just talking just minutes ago about how every time we start the boat, we've seen people catch fish. It's all about the quality, and you can catch them out in the middle of the lake, way back in a creek. It's hard to say what's going to end up getting the W in this. I know Darian with a couple of guys that might be right up there top 3-ish come the end of the day, and that city area seemed to be playing a little bit, and a couple guys it's really playing. We'll check in with Darian for the wrap up and see what he has to say about what he found out today on Neely Henry.
Yeah, man, we're sitting right now, we're just spot locked right on the river, and we've seen tons of boats up and down the river, go in both directions. We've covered several guys. Most importantly, we started the day out with a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, and honestly, that's what really fires us up as camera people to get things going. But the fishing started out in the golf course area, and there was a shad spawn, a bunch of fish catches, a bunch of fish misses. My prediction is somebody did land on a good shad spawn bite this morning. Even though we are on the tail end of that shad spawn, we saw enough of it, in my opinion. A big one was caught this morning. We saw a 5-pounder, or we were on a team that had a 5-pounder. But like you said, we caught up with Butts, and he said that they had a Butts load of fish in the boat, and he meant it. He said 15.5 to 16 pounds, and you know, those guys are running around. They know the lake very well. I imagine, one of the questions I asked them was, you've got weight that's going to have you right there towards the top, but probably not the winning weight. Do you feel pressure to catch a big one? Or, knowing that you're that close? He said, there's no pressure. We're going to keep doing our thing, keep fishing the same way, and just hope to get a bigger bite. They had missed a 4 to 5 pounder is what he said. They just had missed. So they're fishing the right stuff in the right areas. And like you said, there's no telling how this day is going to end. We've been in the very backs of creeks, fishing in 1 inch of water, and now we've got guys out on the river dragging a jig, off in the deeper part of the river. So a lot of different things are playing. One thing that you mentioned is everybody's catching them. So it's going to be a very interesting weigh-ins for sure. That's going to start at 2:30. And Miss Kay, I'm going to throw it over to you to end the Bush Light wrap-up.
Guys, a lot of fish catches, but what we saw was a lot of misses, and you got to wonder, is the later day bite going to turn on so these guys can turn their day around? A lot of 7 to 10 pound limits. Currently, unofficially, Josh Butch, Stephen McAvoy saying they have 15.5 pounds. We saw Fisher and Ryan make a couple of key upgrades. Can they continue to do that? I think in their mind, they need that 10 to 12 pounds to stay in that top 9 where Angler of the Year is attainable. Going to Guntersville in June, nobody knows this better than Darian Craig. Darian and his partner weighed in 30.45 in June of 2017. A dirty 30 can be dropped at Guntersville. I think we could see that this year at Guntersville, but you've got to just tread water here at Neely to get there, and I think that's what Ryan and Fisher are trying to do. I'm not saying they're not trying to win today, but they're trying to stay in that top 3 to stay in contention of Angler of the Year. We've never had a father-son team win Angler of the Year. We've never had a student team win Angler of the Year. Going to be really interesting going into the Guntersville event, but we've got some things to take care of first. Neely Henry Lake, weigh-in starts here at 2:30. It's going to be an exciting weigh-in. I think we only covered about 25 teams today. There are another 200 out there that we didn't see. What did we not see happen? You're going to get to hear about it across the stage today. Mr. Darian Craig's going to be your MC. Jason will be taking care of off-stage interviews, and we'll have you all covered this afternoon at 2:30. Come on down to Coosa Landing here on Neely Henry and spend the afternoon with us. Y'all have a great day, and we'll see you back here at 2:30.
This live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail has been presented by AmFirst Credit Union and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McLarty Chevrolet, McGraw Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, TH Marine, American Baitworks,